I just realized I had my mix minus on. Means probably the music didn't do what it's supposed to do. Either way. First day back. It is what it is. Just reading. There wasn't. Okay. Yeah, my mix minus was on. My bad. I have to toggle it on and off for when I game with you guys, or else I will stream into Discord what my side is hearing. So you hear all the yeah sort of noises. Yes, I won't be doing those on repeat either. So yeah, I forgot to toggle it. Either way, I was just reading about my favorite news story out of the last few days. This guy by the name of Nathan John Ralph. This is Australia, by the way. So me, Trey. Hello, without. This guy is kind of well, the judge in the case is kind of my hero at this point. See if I can find the judge's name, because this dude deserves a shout out. Fucking Heffernan, Judge Timothy Heffernan. Thank you, Frackle. I appreciate you too. This guy's great. So, Mr. Ralph had a package that was destined for him in country. The Australian Border Force, by the way, they actually call it ABF, Australian Border Force. It's kind of even lamer than it's the Australian Border Force. Like, it even feels like it's a shitty reality TV show. The Australian Border Force intercepts said package. Said package includes, it's a novel, all right? Inside the novel is approximately 99 grams of cocaine. So they intercept this parcel. What they do is they do a presumptive test, later confirmed by forensic analysis, saying that the powder was in fact cocaine. So they take the cocaine out of the book. I know, right? Sounds Reno 911-esque. And substitute an inert substance in its place, icing sugar. So like powdered sugar for North Americans. So powdered sugar. They literally replaced the cocaine with powdered sugar. An undercover officer delivers the reconstructed parcel to the man's address. The police then surveil the property, notice the man who was driving a truck come to collect it a short time later. They track the dude to Glen Osmond Market, where he was arrested later that afternoon. All right. So he hid the package in his vehicle. He runs into the market. He does some stuff. He comes out. The package hidden was the plastic bag containing the icing sugar that had been swapped out for the cocaine, and it was this that the police arrest him for. Judge Timothy Heffernan fucking props to this motherfucker. He goes, he didn't do anything wrong. He let him walk. He said he straight let him walk. He said, despite the man's behavior, there's no case to answer for here. There was nothing. He literally noted in the court transcript, there's nothing for me to find him guilty of. He would have had to have performed an act with respect to the actual substance itself. For a completed offense, it was necessary for the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the accused had taken a step as alleged with respect to the controlled substance, not an inert substance posing as the controlled substance. All of the actions alleged against the accused occurred after he was in possession of icing sugar. All the accused has done was store, transport, and carry icing sugar, which self-evidently is not an offense under our criminal justice code. Not guilty. Love it all around. Love it all around. Yeah, the cops literally, the Australian Border Force saved him from catching a cocaine charge. Oh. No, I didn't. I just started Frackle, and I just wanted to do that story because he was amusing the fuck out of me. The feds fucking protected him. Here's the link, Duffy. Long and short of it, Border Patrol seized the dude's cocaine and substituted it with powdered sugar, and then arrested him later on. And the judge was like, dude, you arrested him for powdered sugar. He didn't have cocaine. Case dismissed. Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. So, no, image. So this was, I found this interesting. Let me launch my browser. It's, link in chat, Karina. Link in chat. Over here. Let's try ya. This was funny. This image got posted, and I'm not ignoring, I don't know what the fuck you're on about the Batman situation without, I have no idea what you're talking about. But just want to let you know I'm not ignoring you. This image got shared around Reddit a few times over the weekend. And it was really interesting reading the comments in the various posts because basically Zoomers came out of the woodwork and were like, I had to check. Here's the link to the Saturday Evening Post archive. Like, this isn't fake. Holy shit, I thought this was photoshopped. I knew this had to be photoshopped. It was just a string of Zoomers basically commenting about how they knew this image had to be photoshopped. And it was fascinating coming from just a slightly older generation. Not for a second did I think this photo was photoshopped. Not even for a moment. Because I lived through some of these times, right? Like this is before my era, right? This is published in 1957, but it doesn't take a whole lot for me to, yeah, here's the image. Just go ahead and soak it in. Soak it in. Give it all a good read. See, Caboose, it wasn't their knowledge of like graphical editing that led them to believe it was photoshopped. It was the fact that they couldn't conceive of a world in which the violent Negro ghetto and new ways to read, help for the retarded, help for how the mind works, would have been put on the front of a magazine cover. Right? Exactly, Frackle. This was norm. Like, this was the norm for ages. And it was fascinating to see that generational gap. That, like, they were convinced. It was just hundreds. I'm not kidding you. Hundreds of, like, Zoomer level people. Like, generational level. They were just looking at this like, I was sure it was photoshopped. And then there was all the older fucks that were like, no, that's literally how everything was said for fucking generations. Yeah, I just found that an interesting generational gap. That was like, yeah, not for a moment did I doubt that was real. Devil Boy, if you wish. Oh, those innocent kids. Tell me about it. Oh. Hey, everybody, it's a tanky. It's a fucking tanky. Everybody. Mwah. Bye, tanky. While we're making, hang on. So while we're making fun of idiot tankies, right? Well, while we've got a moment, guys. No, Karina, no, it's real. It's a very real Saturday Evening Post cover. I can get you the fucking publication for it. No, it's very much real. Oh, Brooke, thank you kindly. So guys. Oh yeah, of course, Catboy. A book just got published. Now, I'm not saying that I want this book for Christmas or anything, but this is great. Hang on. Caleb Maupin has published a new book, guys, and it's literally a takedown of BreadTube, about how BreadTube serves imperialism, fucking examining the new brand of internet pseudo-socialism. A group of liberal commentators with shady origins, loosely calling themselves BreadTube, have become the primary online pro-socialist voices. If you don't know who Caleb Maupin is, congratulations. Don't look it up. You're a winner. You're a winner in life. Don't ruin it. Burger King. Just don't look it up. He is. He's a literal state propagandist for Russia. The ideology that BreadTubers espouse, however, is not consistent with Marxism, Leninism, or genuine anti-capitalism. Drawing from the work of Marx, Lenin, and Mao Zedong, William Z. Foster, Arpam Dutt, and Peter Kropotkin, and other great revolutionary thinkers, Caleb Maupin shows that BreadTube has emerged due to a power struggle within the U.S. ruling class. Just FYI. BreadTube is, yeah, okay. Maupin contrasts the BreadTube world of pessimism, anti-populism, and postmodernism with the hopeful project of the 21st century socialism around the world. He urges the working people to reject the dead-end identity politics, liberalism, and degrowth, and instead to stand against decaying imperialism and its drive towards fascism and war. Oh, man, Caleb, just doing it upright. Love to see it. Just absolutely love to see it. Oh, we're getting fucking... This motherfucker's actually this motherfucker's malding behind the scenes about fucking Caleb. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Check shared content. Oh, fuck off, Saparsky. Yes, Jack. That would be the appropriate and correct application of the term tanky. Yes. Oh, by the way, since this is we saw the video. Oh, so cringe. It was so cringe of fucking Haz from Infrared walking down the street just telling random people on the street that he destroyed Destiny in 3 debates. It's the most fucking cringe shit I've seen in a while. Oh man, that was uncomfortable to watch. I don't know like what I could compare it to. I'm just trying to think of like an analogy, and the first thing that sprung to mind that like I don't know. Like, I'm thinking just something inconsequential. Like, imagine walking down the street and, like, high-fiving some rando and being like, I just won my 40K, game or something like that. I don't know. Like, I can't come up with a proper analogy for exactly how fucking niche and cringe that is, but holy shit, that was uncomfortable to watch. Ugh. Yeah, like the Pickle Rick guy at McDonald's or something. Yeah, Jack. It was just, it was really bad. Wither. I saw a TikTok of that. I uninstalled TikTok after that. It was bad. It was bad. I was like, dude. So, what the fuck? Are you still here? Who was? I'm sorry, I've already forgotten. Who was asking about the fucking? It was without adjectives. What's the deal with the Batman situation? Again, I have no idea what the fuck you were talking about. I don't know, Caboose. I have no idea what the fuck. Oh my god, he's still molding behind the scenes. Holy shit. Oh, that's hilarious. Catboy, like, recently? Like, over the weekend sort of thing? Like, because I was just, my allergies, like, destroyed me. I had terrible neuropathy, and then allergies just wrecked my fucking throat. No. I have fairly, like, I mean, I can get pretty pale, but from my mom's side, I have some sort of, like, something. My mom's side has just about everything, in it. There were a bunch of sluts on my mom's side. That's all I have to say. Dude, they were banging everybody they could get their hands on, it seems like. Respect. But yeah, there's something over on my mom's side. I get very golden skin, like I tan up really well, and I'm not exactly, like, even at my palest, I have a nice tone to me. So yeah, no idea what exactly is coming from on that side, but there's something in there. But thank you. I can get pretty pale, but I tan up, like, really well. Oh, the Zack Snyder fucking the Zack Snyder picture that he had commissioned. I did see that picture. Holy shit. So that was okay. Yeah. All right. So the picture was a result of a WB exec told people that making the Harley Quinn show that Batman doesn't eat pussy. And so Zack Snyder, and by the way, big dick energy on Zack, commissioned a fucking picture of Batman eating Catwoman out and just posted it online under the fucking, he just posted, what was it? Canon. I was like, props. I don't know what, I had no idea the context to the situation, but I saw the picture. I was like, that's fucking hilarious either way. Yeah, it was it was funny. And I like Snyder's, I've watched Snyder's cut of the Justice League, by the way. I sat down and watched that in an evening. Almost 5 hours of it. I've talked about it before. I think it's a superior movie. I'm not huge into the capes thing. I'm not big into the superhero stuff. But yeah, Like I've seen the original Justice League or whatever the fuck, and it's bad. It's bad. I saw it because I enjoy bad movies. Oh, by the way, speaking of bad movies, it did. It came. Yeah. Our Lord and Savior. Bad Movie Nights, Lord and Savior, Neil Breen. Oh, yeah, Catboy, trust me, we've dunked on fucking Batman plenty of times. Oh, God, he's still molding? Dude, whatever your fucking name is, 894. Here's the thing, 894. You're clearly still listening because you're literally mauling in people's fucking DMs. I will unban you. But here's the condition. And you break the condition unequivocally, not only will we ban you, we'll be reporting you immediately. And Twitch is pretty good about the reports these days. So if you want to keep your newest burner account for more than a couple of days, all right, I will unban you. The instant you threaten somebody's well-being, you tell somebody to commit self-harm, you even loosely imply that you wish to do harm or you wish harm done upon somebody, you will be gone again. And then we won't pay any attention to you in DMs either. We will just ignore you outright. Because I know that's what your kind tends to crave more than anything else, is attention. So, let me go over to... and then over to that. All right, cool. Oh, I know. But let's see how long it takes. Countdown. Countdown initiated. 3, 2, 1. Genocide apologist. You know, something like that. Tends to be. I do love the Miller-esque take that he's a lunatic who enlists child soldiers. He does, doesn't he? Duffy, hang on. Let me see the Val Kilmer take here. Does he or doesn't he? We could give it a try. I'll bring the wine. Jesus Christ. Alright, and somebody else tagged me. Batman eating out Catwoman has been cut out in the Harley Quinn TV series because DC Comic WB exec says superheroes don't do that. Superheroes definitely do that. Are you kidding me? If you're as shredded as a superhero is, superheroes are essentially like, superheroes clubs have got to be like the top tier Olympic Village. They fucking, all right, they have to be. Yeah, superheroes are definitely fucking, right? Like, they have to be. It's now canon that Green Arrow eats pussy better than Batman, by the way. Have you heard of how much sex happens? Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Oh, yeah. Olympic villages are you kidding me? Do you realize these are people, these are generally athletes between the ages of like 16 and 25, right? They are in peak physical condition, and they are world-class athletes, and you put them all in a village. They ran out of condoms at the Rio Olympics. I'm not shitting you. They brought in tens of thousands of condoms for the Olympic Village. They ran out. Right? Like, it was... Yeah, I'm surprised they used condom. Yeah, they fucking... There were people surprised to learn they fucking... People are stupid and naive. What are you gonna do? I mean, who wouldn't? Let's be honest. Exactly, Jack. Like, are you shitting me? Fucking, have you seen some of the swimmers? I'd just be at the fucking, swimming team fucking dorms. They're hot as fuck. Need to scroll down. Wrestling teams would be an intense challenge. Oh, fucking wait, dude. There's a lot of really good people. A lot of really good looking people in those groups. And the snowboarders could really party. Like, I mean, we had a snowboarder one year show up like late. He slept in. Hey, fuck it. The snowboarders, like, go hang out with the snowboarders and the swim team. The snowboarders will have all the weed. Weed and liquor is where you with the snowboarders, and then just, take your pick. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, Catboy. That's standard American fare. Really is. Some of them, Karina. Some of them. It makes you wonder why that is an Olympic sport. OG Olympics, That would be, hello, kiddies. Yeah, that OG Olympics. See, I think we should bring back the OG Olympic style. All right, everybody, here's your giant tub of, like, baby oil. I'll leave your clothes at the door. Let's do this. Also, I think we should have like a normie in the Olympics. I think every single Olympic event should just have some random person plucked out of the audience or something, just to give us a demonstration of, and this is what it looks like when you haven't spent your entire fucking life training for this event. I think we should have we should honor that person. Like, it shouldn't be ha ha ha, they suck. That should be an honored position. This should be like the highest honor, to be the regular in the Olympic trial. Yeah. I think that would be great. So, Eddie Hall, one of the heaviest overhand presses, the skin over his shins literally splitting open to the primal roars of everyone in attendance. Anyone thinking he ain't slaying Mad Moose after that is a child. Infrared did nothing wrong other than genocide denial, defending homosexual and homophobic and transphobic policies, denying these forced starvation of entire regions of people to further political goals. Yeah, stuff like that. Nothing wrong though. Hey, and there it is. It took them what? Couple minutes. They of course didn't say anything. But, here, hang on. Let me allow it so everybody else can see it. All right, so the shut up loser cuck bitch moron comment actually came before the no genocide happening. These people never, like, drop out of all caps, by the way. I don't know what the fucking deal is. They're just like... Grrr. Like, it's always all caps with them. Like, they don't. I would love to get to know some of these. That's how angry they are. Kai, he's just a JavaScript. That'd be fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious. They lasted a couple minutes longer than I expected them to. Take your fucking pick. We're talking historical and or contemporary as well. So we don't need to be talking about the Uyghur genocide in this cases. Haz is a Stalinist. All right. So could we talk Ukrainian? Right? Like, I mean, there's literally take your fucking pick from the list at this point. Oh, you're adorable. Stalinism is fucking goofy as shit and failed. And it took like 20 million people with it. By the way, he also stands for Lysenko. You know, the guy who thought you could convince fucking potatoes to be communist. That guy. Wow. Just delicious. Stalinism is literally every single post-capitalist left-wing regime in history, period. Wow. Well, that's a complete misunderstanding of history. It's been a while since I've seen somebody that wrong. Interesting. I mean, by a while, I mean a couple of minutes, but that's neither here nor there. See, even the tanky, they can't even get along with each other, by the way. That's the hilarity of it. ARV, we're just watching something basically. Yeah, we need tanky battle arenas, right? So what about the anarchistic Republic of Kospaya that lasted for 375 years and was most assuredly post-capitalist? Probably even pre-capitalist. Every single one, right? There's some Argentinians and Chileans that would like a word with you as well first. Yeah, there's definitely some South Americans that would like a conversation with that as well. Oh, well, congratulations. Well, see, this is the thing. You're making declarative statements about all of history, and you don't really seem to have a grasp of it. So, how about Shinmin? How about the Shinmin province in Korea? Most assuredly post-capitalistic. I love that you're just calling him license plate now. Fucking hey, license plate. It was Shinmin was prior to. It was created in the rupture between North and South Korea during the actual conflict. So was Soviet Russia. Soviet Russia lasted less time than Kospaya lasted. Kospaya lasted for 375 years. How long did the USSR experiment last? The US outlasted them, for fuck's sake. Like, and it's all Stalinism. For a few decades. Wow, that's a hell of a run. That's basically temporary. You want an essay on it? I can just link you an essay on it. All right, here's the deal, license plate. Caps lock off and talk like a normal human being. All right? Bring down the caps lock. Feel free to use your shift, but don't hold it all the time. All right? You can interact. No, capitalism didn't always exist. Jesus Christ. Remember in the before times, children, you know, in the Neolithic era when capitalism ran free. Canamax, I'm actually an anarchist. Jesus Christ, license plate. Do I need to ban you again? Cat. Yeah. My face when trade is capitalism to these people. I love that that message he sent you though. I love how all of these fucking infrared stands speak the exact same way behind the scenes. There's no diversity in ideals. It's absolutely amazing. They're just carbon copy. It's weird. Not you first. Not everything is about you first. Okay? Not everything is about you. There's more than one thing happening in the world and the stream at the same time. Okay? They are the conservatives of the left. But we know that about authoritarians. The authoritarian axis tends to be highly paternalistic, highly invested into class structures. They like the patriarchal norms. They like gender norms, these sorts of things. This is why under the Color Revolution in Mao's China, they were renowned for sending to, was it the Laoguais, the Chinese gulags, homosexuals, and other non-social conformists. I've got a picture of one who was put to death for his crimes of homosexuality. We've got countless fucking instances at this point involving these assholes. Let's see. Origin of the Family, Private Property in the State, published in 1884. Frederick Engels, you might have heard of this name before, I don't know, Marx and somebody. Anyway, spoke of the degradation of men in ancient Greece, stating, quote, "They fell into the abominable practice of sodomy." Soviet prison, homosexuals, of course, suffered all sorts of humiliations. Nicholas Marquez, who pointed out in the Black Book of the New Left, it used documentation from the Gulag system in Russia between 1934 and 1980. Close to 50,000 homosexuals were condemned through the Soviets' network of concentration camps. The communist Maxim Gorky, he was an ideologue of the USSR, wrote in the article Proletarian Humanism, published in the Soviet communist newspapers Pravda and Izvestia, on May 23rd, 1934. If you want an actual publication date, you can go look it up for yourselves. Quote, "On the land where the proletariat rules bravely and with success, homosexuality, with its corrupting effect on the young people, is considered a social crime punishable under the law. In contrast, in the cultivated land of the great philosophers, scholars, and musicians, it's practiced freely and with impunity. There's already a sarcastic saying in our land, 'Destroy homosexuality and fascism will disappear.'" Interesting. In the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, published in 1952 by the state in Russia, quote, the origin of homosexuality is linked to everyday social conditions. For the overwhelming majority of people who indulge in homosexuality, these perversions stop as soon as the person is in favorable social environment. In Soviet society with its healthy customs, homosexuality as a sexual perversion is considered shameful and criminal. Soviet criminal legislation considers homosexuality punishable with the exception of those cases in which homosexuality is a manifestation of a marked psychic disorder. In let's see. We have actual firsthand accounts. John Pasqualini, he was a survivor of a Laogai, recounted in his book Prisonnier des Maux, published in 1974. If you want, about the execution which he witnessed personally of 2 homosexual prisoners in the fields of Qinghai in 1960. Killed by a shot in the head each for maintaining relations amongst them. Of course, Che Guevara of the infamous Cuban fame absolutely hated homosexuals. He considered them sexual perverts. I've never been able to fucking say the labor camp name that he founded. Guanahaba, sorry, aimed at re-educating groups. Among them, of course, were homosexuals who suffered abuse, violations, and executions under that regime, presided by a large sign over the camp that, very much in the style of Auschwitz, affirmed that stated, "Work will make you men." Interesting. Wonder what they're talking about there. Fidel Castro himself, in a 1965 interview granted to an American reporter by the name of Lee Lockwood, if you want to go watch or listen to that, we have never believed that a homosexual can personify the conditions and requirements of conduct that allow us to consider him a true revolutionary. A deviation of that nature clashes with the concept of what we have with of what a communist militant should be. Yeah, okay, cool. 2 former supporters of that dictatorship in 1984, Almendros and Jimenez Lea, produced a documentary called Improper Conduct on the repression of homosexuals in Cuba. They had testimony from dozens of individuals who suffered at their hands as well. And here's something a little more recent. In January of 2016, the Stalinist Communist Party of the Russian Federation, the CPRF, a Russian partner of the Communist Party of Spain, called for fines for homosexual behavior and to punish anyone who confesses, and this is telling, this is very telling, confesses his homosexuality. They're always about that fucking, they're always about the fucking dudes. One of the CPRF deputies, Ivan Nikichuk, labeled homosexuals as, quote, sick and crazy people. All right, the commies hate homos and trans people and women. This is what happens from highly structured patriarchies such as those. All right, so sit down, recognize that your color revolutions and your fucking workers' revolution basically was an intersectionalist nightmare. And anybody who wasn't a cisgendered white landowning, or in the case of China, Han, you can substitute in the Han ethnic group in Maoist China for a white in USSR. Take your pick. But if you aren't the predominant ruling ethnic group, cisgendered male, then chances are it wasn't a great time for you. Chances are you probably got executed. Yep. Riquetes, never forget the Manchu genocide. So, yeah. Yeah, so miss me with that shit. Whereas, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. It always strikes me as these sort of... Catboy, agreed. I often tell people there's less distance between the left and the right than the gaping chasm that is the up and down. The authoritarian libertarian axis is the one that divides us the most. I can work with most people as long as you don't believe that it's okay to put a gun in my face and demand me to do things. Oh, Devil Boy, you don't even need to spend the points. I'll give you the points back. They've had their go. We knew that they weren't gonna. Why do I feel license plate is breathing into his mic violently? Hey, first, FYI, the authoritarian libertarian axis doesn't have anything to do with, it's derived from French, libertas. Okay? Just so you know. It doesn't have anything to do with neolibertarianism or North American libertarianism. It's a different thing. And anybody with a political science education understands the differentiation. But hey, it's okay. We're all here to learn. We all learn new stuff every day. Oh, James, good on you. Good on you. Let me know what you think. Riquetas, there's actually, there's a lot. I don't think they'll break up, but they've got a downturn coming their way. They've definitely got a downturn. Their water situation, combined with their poor reputation on a global scale, combined with their failure to make a transition to a consumer-based economy, at the same time as not investing into their actual economy and using a secondary investment methodology, see the real estate boom. All the while, their demography statistics are about to drive off a fucking cliff. Yeah, there's some rough years looking for them in the future. It's gonna be a rough go. You do realize that you can be capitalist without having a consumer-based economy, right? No, wait, you don't know that. Never mind. They're already capitalist. Mao himself warned about Deng. And Dengism already took over China. China is state-run capitalism with red aesthetics. They've got more billionaires than us at this point, for fuck's sake. Of the top 10 cities with the most billionaires in them, 6 out of the 10 are Chinese. It's... The experiment failed. Clean it up. Recognize that it failed. Do a post analysis, figure out what went wrong, where it went wrong, how it went wrong, and run the experiment again if you want. But the fact of the matter is that it failed. It ended up in neoliberal capitalism. This is where especially tankies don't get it. But there's other people that trust me over on the alt-right and stuff, the flip side of the coin, basically, that don't get this as well. Just because the experiment failed doesn't mean you didn't learn anything. A failed experiment isn't a failure, right? Like, there's still information to be gleaned. Man, I never understood that. It's very, I don't know, childlike interpretation. Yeah, floof. I guess it is true, right? I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Yeah. Yes. Actually, I do. At least for the information age, yeah. The vast majority of the foundational technologies, especially within the software realm, is created using open source technologies. Yeah, which is the opposite of capitalism. The platform you're using right now, while run capitalistically, the underlying technologies, the AWS platform that actually runs Twitch, the Amazon Web Services, is all founded upon open source technologies. 100%. Yeah. Which is basically communism. You do understand open source utilizes licenses, right? It's not an absence of a licensing set. It's a different licensing set. No, very really. What do you think the BSD license, the MIT version 3 license, the Creative Commons licenses, the Open GNU licenses, what do you think these are? They're licenses. Oh, you can't do it. MIT license. Let's see. What is the MIT license? The MIT license is a permissive free software license originating at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. As a permissive license, it puts only very limited restrictions on reuse and there has high license compatibility. So how many times in their own description of their license can they say the word license so you will understand that it's a license? You can try and tap dance, but you are fucking wrong. It's literally a license. How many fucking ways? By legal definition, it has to be a license. Hey, Kaiser. Canamax. Or Canamix. If you didn't tag me, fucking there's hey, birthed. There's a lot of stuff happening for me in front of me, right? Don't take it personally. Tag me if you need a answer from me directly. And MIT isn't public domain. If it were public domain, it would be the equivalent of putting something in the public domain. But issuing an MIT license is not the same as issuing it into the public domain. Now, is it? Which is what Creative Commons 4.0 share alike is too, but it's still considered a license because of how? How are we having this stupid of a conversation? Hey, Riquetes. Canamix. All right. I advocate for improving. I advocate for improving. Look, criticisms aside of capitalistic modalities, right? Set that aside. There was a time when feudalism was the norm within Europe, right? Let's just talk about feudalistic Europe. Due to a host of economic, environmental, and pathogenic, the Black Plague factors, they feudalism found its way out. What got ushered in was constitutional monarchism, by and large, right? So there was this moment where feudalism was fading, and a new system that was necessary to support this new social organizational structure needed to be brought forth, right? So, Canamex, I'll try. So you have this period in time. This is far from the only time this has happened. I'm just using it because most people have a Eurocentric education that I encounter on this stream, so it's easier to get you that touchstone, right? It's time to start having that same conversation. It's time to say, okay, as adults, as autonomous individuals, as people who are capable of creating, right? We design this world. I think it's time to start having that conversation. That the costs are maybe starting to outweigh the benefits. And that a lot of the benefits were done at the expense of the developing world, that we offshored and hid those costs to start with. And that maybe it's time to start having that conversation. I think maybe that conversation started 200 to 250 years ago. But it seems more people are having that conversation now. So that's what that's about. It's not necessarily, though some do have, it's not necessarily a visceral hatred of the system itself. It has to do with, at least for the position that I argue, it has to do more with a adult-like nuanced recognition that human beings outgrow all things. Just like you can't wear, or I hope you still can't, you can't wear your, childhood pants, right? That our species grows. There are things that wane and wax, and there are things that we cast off. We move past. And that it's time to start doing that and start having that conversation. Now, Joe, there you can't imagine.
I hate life.
Oh, Zizek. The market is your system of governance, Fabian. And it very much, due to its hierarchical and coercive and exploitative nature, would quickly replicate the company towns of the Old West. You would have Amazon Town, and you would have Apple Town. Oh, and by the way, given the current state of things, do you really want Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos to be the leaders within that realm? Because they will. You do realize that, like, Bill Gates owns, like, a huge chunk of farmland in this country, right? Like, these would be your de facto leaders. Instead of Joe Biden, you would have Bill Gates. No, it's regulatory capture. You have your order of operations wrong. The oligarchs set this shit up, right? Like, it's the other way around. It's regulatory capture. Jesus Christ. Canamex, nice. What do you think would happen under your system? I mean, Eric Prince would be one of the most powerful people on the planet, right? And he's Betsy DeVos's brother, for fuck's sake. Do you really want Betsy DeVos and Eric Prince in charge of shit? Except capitalism doesn't reduce monopolies. It encourages them. Any economic analysis understands this. Hey, nonsense. Except, Fabian, it doesn't. Don't make me go get Swede in here to explain Econ 201. Right? Like, all it takes is for me, and we have 10 people working in the valley that compete against each other, right? We'll say one of my neighbors and I both work in the same field as these other 8 people. My neighbor and I get along great. We live near each other. What benefits him benefits me, right? So we coordinate our activities against the other disparate 8. We find that we can drive one of those 8 out of business. We split their assets and their customer base amongst our 2. Right? Now we're essentially 1.5 each. Right? We've driven the rest of the group down to 7. We now have more assets and customer bases. We can outcompete you. It means I can charge a little less even. I'm going to drive you out of business. We're going to get that next one, right? We're going to take it down from 7 to 6. We're going to eliminate another one. Capitalism encourages consolidation of assets. It just does. I will get an actual accredited economist with finance expertise who manages billions of fucking dollars in here, because we have one in the community who has way more credentials to his name than any of us, and even he will say the same thing, because he kicks over all of his research for me anytime I ask. This is the thing. Like, sorry, it just does. Like, there's very few schools of economics that disagree on this fact. That consolidation of resources is a naturalistic phenomenon, especially within capitalistic markets. He actually went in. He was freshwater. If you know your economics, he went in freshwater. And he came out the other side different. Yeah, he went in neoliberal. He came out of a neoliberal degree system as an Anson. Yeah. Like, this is the thing. That's all you guys seem to understand is appeals to authority. Look around. We could use common sense and actual observation of the naturalistic phenomena, but that doesn't seem to work for people. I don't. The more you tag me, the more I'm just going to start ignoring. When I start to see out of the corner of my eye 3, 4, 5 name tags, I just stare right down the barrel and I just start ignoring it. So you know. Abusive tagging me really does not encourage me to respond. Just so you know. Hey, Karina. What were you thinking of playing later? What did you want to play? Diablo 2 Resurrected. Yes. I live in the southwest of the U.S. Cartels don't work at all. They completely don't work. Yeah. I've never seen a functioning cartel whatsoever. Canamax, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. There's no purity tests here. You can't do it. Right? Like, that's... No, there isn't. It's not voluntary. It's not voluntary. %98 of produce in this country passes through Latino hands. An infamously exploited worker base. 98% of produce. That electronic device in your hands, guaranteed to use slavery somewhere in the product line. Somewhere in the production line for it, whether it's the raw materials or whether it's the assembly, guaranteed. Right? Like, this is just your clothing, highly exploitative. I don't know. RV got him. Fabian, but you're okay with eliminating the state due to that exploitation, but you don't want to address it within capitalism? Which one's wrong, which one's right? Well, capitalism is built upon a metric, upon basically a rubric of how can I exploit? Yeah. Jace, I don't really know, but my mod staff is free to make their own decisions. That's why they're mods. So I trust them. Mac, what would you do with your day? It's a good question. What would you do with your day, Mac? Oh, God, Brick. God, no. I do everything I want to do. I run a business and still take time for myself. So I mean, with no purpose to your day, what's the point? But Mac, do you understand you can make your own purpose? if I were to provide for your material and subsistence needs, right? Hey, 10 Flex. Just hypothetical, man. Just a hypothetical. Let's just say that your housing and your food and your healthcare were taken care of, right? That, whatever work you had to do to provide for that, right? That's off the table now. Do you think you could find your own purpose amidst that? Reason for B, raison d'etre. I mean, Brick, I personally don't think it's, I think it's very much not derived from the external, but that's me. Other people are different, right? Like some people, yeah, some people's purpose is extrinsic, for sure. Who are we to judge? Again, I shit on communists all the time, but again, you're super aggro, and you're not really great at having a productive conversation, to be perfectly honest, man. Like, I spend half of my time shitting on tankies. But the fact of the matter is, my first impression of you was somebody who literally tried to argue that a license isn't a license. And you decided to devolve the conversation from there. I'm not super engaged into in the conversation with you, my man. This parasocial relationship is not off to a great start. It's not off to a great start. So, whatever common ground we may have was quickly salted, shall we say. And then claims to, oh my God. You're right. You know what? First, you're 100% right. You know what? You've won the argument. You should take this as a win and keep on marching, my man. You should probably go into other online spaces and say how you won. You're right. You're right, man. You're right. You won. We done? Ten Flex. Basically, man. Let's see. There's the Australian story. That was a fun one. Oh, the Supreme Court ruling for college athletes. Fucking, oh, Jesus Christ. Maybe eventually the fucking NCAA will have to pay some of their athletes. What a concept. Hey, the 5th presidential candidate has been detained in Nicaragua. Good looking out, folks. 15 opposition leaders now detained in total. Lovely. How many of you have read Post Office by Bukowski? Oh, and by the way, if you haven't, do it. Well, caveat. If you're already a cynical fuck and your heart is as cold as like ice, don't read it. Bukowski can take like a hardened cynic and turn them into, I don't know what the next evolutionary stage for a hardened cynic would be, but it's brutal. No, it's a really fascinating book. It's like semi-autobiographical, and you follow a guy by the name of Henry, which by the way is Charles Bukowski. You follow this dude who's like mid-30s. He's in his 30s as he gets a necessary job at the post office. And he absolutely hates it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bukowski's basically the predecessor to Doomers and other nihilists. Great prose, though. Yeah, Bukowski can write. And yeah, he gets a job at the post office for like 10, 11, 12 years. And hey, Ancom, Psycom. And it just, you follow his routine. You follow this monotonous routine and micromanaging and crazy ass fucking neighbors and unhappy people like customers and stuff like that. It's just this astoundingly it sounds boring, and in a way it is, but almost intentionally. It's an amazing telling of bureaucracies and hierarchies and the unnecessary demands of the public. And it really is. If you are suffering from alienation from this system, Post Office by Bukowski. It's a hell of a read. Yeah. Almost like I'm an anarchist who advocates for an elimination of the state and a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into hierarchical organizational methods. Oh my God! Who would have guessed? You think Charles Bukowski was a mass shooter? The noted German-American poet, novelist, and short story writer, Charles Bukowski. No. Kaczynski. Theodore Kaczynski is not the same sound as Charles Bukowski. They're not. Just some mild racism. It's a ski. Close enough. Just some mild racism, that's all. Was Tolstoy that serial killer? I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. I'm sure there was nothing about Tolstoyans in any of my anarchistic books, right? Nothing mentioned about pacifism when talking about Tolstoy. I'm pretty sure Tolstoy was the serial killer. Yeah, you're right, Detrius. Yeah. Spot on. And as far as Theodore Kaczynski goes, aka the Unabomber, he's one of the only accounted for victims of the MK Ultra program in the United States. We've talked about him before at length. He is one of the few that we know actually underwent a governmental joint government university mind control experiment. His codename was Lawful. Yes. So when I advocate for universal single payer health care, housing as a right, UBIs and these sorts of things as in the vein of the French socialist Gauls to get distance from the state in order to create a dual power structure utilizing mutual aid networks a la Proudhon and Kropotkin, this is most assuredly right-wing tactics. Yes. You fucking nailed it. Wow, your political analysis is right up there with your legal analysis. Yeah. Fucking knocking it out of the park, my man. I can't get over Viv arguing with an anarcho-pacifist who was making an argument that all anarchists are willing to be violent. Oh, was that... There's mixed Vivian Wolf, right, Karina? I mean, I like Vivian. I've spoken to her several times. I've had her on the air. But, yeah, she can be a little wacky. Yeah. Ooh, Swede put up eye bleach. Oof. Ball game. All right. All right. Which one of you degenerate fucks wants to jump on the air with me? Cat, you want to commiserate? Oh. Contacts.
Oh, what's good, fucker?
Dude, it's been interesting. First day back.
Yeah, no, they all just swarmed.
Yeah. The only reason I brought up Bukowski is because I was starting to feel it. Like, it popped into my head. Like, literally, like, Bukowski popped into my head. Like, yep. He had a way of humanizing and creating empathy for human beings in situations for which they're put upon. And it just very straightforward. He wrote beautiful prose, but it was very straightforward. It wasn't hidden. It wasn't glossed. You glossed over with, years of academia. It was in every man's prose. And the topics he wrote about, he's the sort of thing that you're like, yeah, I feel this in my soul.
I have to read them now, because now I need to enter this final stage of cynic that you alluded to.
I'm telling you, dude, yeah, you read Post Office by Bukowski, and you honestly, you just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck him. Yeah. And I mean, because it's partially like semi-autobiographical, there's all sorts of shit in there as well. Like the random hookups and the breakups, deaths, and it just, it's a shit show. It's Bukowski. It's a shit show.
Sounds about par for the course.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really, I too listen to 16 Tons on a bad day. Hang on, let me try and
honestly, I've kind of gone on a purge of like political music from like my media sources. It just, I don't know, something about them always kind of rang hollow to me. Like political music to me, like some of it can sound good, like from a musical perspective, but I don't know. There's just like a certain tinge there that you can't really like wash away.
Here you go. I don't know if this is true to you, but for me, sometimes it gets so bad that anything else, say like looking at a bird on an overhead power line, seems as great as a Beethoven symphony. Then you forget it, and you're back again. It's just
one of those moments.
Yeah, right? Like this is how Bukowski like sang, right? It just he spoke to the everyman. And it was just like, yeah, dude, the drudgery of the life that we're being forced to live, that even just looking at a bird on a power line is just can be the greatest of escapes, if only momentarily, from this drudgery.
Yeah, I definitely gotta read them.
Swede. Yeah, I saw the post, Swede. Fucking Swedes at a ball game or some shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, here, I'll throw it on stream.
Oh, nice. Happy for him. I don't know who the fuck's playing. What's like the fisheye lens you got going on there?
He's trying to capture the whole. North Carolina State versus Vanderbilt. So college ball.
Oh, so Karina, it's not even just like leftist music. Like I listen to a lot of political music. Like also, like I'm into like the like propaganda, as it were. So it's like I'm into vexillology. I like seeing like how flags and shits are designed. I like seeing how different that's why I'm a big fan of like that whole like political compass ball bullshit. Like it's fun to see how people like translate these messages into aesthetics. But I don't know. As of lately, it's just I don't know. Something about it's just kind of grating. I promise I'm not having a depressive episode, people.
Everyone check off conservative who doesn't read theory, says Wither.
Hey, where is it?
Who? Probably first, if I had to guess. Let's see.
I mean, he seems like decently educated. It's just, leftist theory is not quite a strong suit, but,
neither is trade law. Let's see. What do we got? We got the Breen freebie.
Yeah, fucking Swede is not fucking with it today.
Yeah, no, Swede's at a ball game. Like,
well, no, he's home now. He's had a few drinks.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck, Swede.
Ancom Psychom's running voice chat.
Fuck it.
Oh, you got it. Okay, boom.
Which of you? I'm forgive me. I know you're a pair, and I can't keep you straight. Which of you are you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Ancom Psychom is. I'm the white guy. Sean is the other one.
Okay, so that would make you just Ancom Psychom?
That's just the name I go by, yeah.
Okay, I'm good with it. I just wanted to get it hashed out. Like, I don't keep the pair of you straight.
That's fine. Various people call me Ancom or Psychom or, whatever you want to call me. I'm honestly good with.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Hey You from now
Yeah,
on.
I just, for various OPSEC reasons, don't feel like
No-
giving out my personal
No,
information.
that's
so,
I get it. You're good. I just need to know what moniker you want me to yell at you.
yeah, whatever you like.
Cool. All
Whatever's
right.
easiest for you.
It'll probably be a variation between Ancom and Psycom at varying points. I'll probably swap them randomly.
I am 100% cool with that.
And not Sean.
Yes, I am not Sean. That's the main thing to remember.
we'll go with not Sean on that one. Anyway, yeah, I don't think you've been on my air before.
I don't think I have. I've been in your chat plenty of times.
Yeah.
I feel like we've spoken before, but if not in your chat, then I don't know where.
Yeah, fuck
I
if
think
I
I
know.
actually remember where.
Where?
Because your voice is very. Have you ever played Among Us with Lynx?
I have.
Okay, that's
that
probably where.
probably the one time I played.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's they wrote me in on that one. And I played one time. Not my style of game. Did halfway decently though. So sorry if I
dominate.
yeah, sorry if I murdered you and lied about it a bunch of times.
That's perfectly fine. I probably did the same.
So either way, yeah, you can. I took a few days off and I come back to this. So welcome.
Thank you. LMAO first in chat is quite entertaining.
Well, there was also license plate earlier, and we're just calling him license plate because his username was a string of digits. And nobody could be arsed to fucking deal with that shit. You know, we're like, whatever, license plate.
But I love this guy because I'm like because he's like, mutual aid networks don't work. Provide example of mutual aid network that survived for almost 3 decades. Well, no, that's not that's not a fair example.
That's been the story of
our.
our interaction at this point.
I'm like, okay, just fucking move the goalpost. Why don't you?
I'm pretty sure.
Literally.
Hang on. Let me check because I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so this account was created 11 hours ago. Just remember that.
Yep.
And Stalinism is literally every single post-capitalist left-wing regime in history, period. Stalinism is North Korea, Stalinism is Cuba, Stalinism is USSR and China. I think Mao would have a point of exemption there, but anyway.
You know what? Based.
Fucking...
I wonder if you would consider Catalonia to be Stalinist.
It's all Stalin.
It's all Stalin.
It's all Stalin. It's all Stalin. Kospaya, he wasn't familiar with Kospaya either. And apparently,
I'm not familiar with Kospaya, to be entirely fair.
Kospaya was an Italian republic that was basically emancipated due to a territorial dispute between a papal region and I believe a Franciscan region. And they were doing their territorial surveys, and basically each one of them did the river as their border. But Kospaya is this strip of land that exists in the river. And it's about 5 acres in size. And so, more than enough to put several farms on, by the way.
Yeah.
And so basically both of them realized this mistake and they're like, well, it kind of actually works as a great buffer. Neither of us want to claim it. So the inhabitants of Kospaya saw their opportunity and they declared sovereignty. They're like, fuck it, nobody wants to claim us, so we're deciding we're gonna run our own republic here, right? So they founded the anarchistic Republic of Kospaya. It was essentially an anarchistic communitarian society. Right, so they were running it based on the foundations of communitarianism with anarchism as their sort of hierarchical organizational modality. They lasted for 375 years doing this.
See, I love this guy's response.
Yeah.
It's literally like 5 miles. Well, actually, no, it's smaller than that. It's 5 acres. But what is mutual aid if not being run by a network of families? Like, you could call it the mafia. It's not like they were doing fucking organized crime and shit. They were just helping each other out.
they were the answer to a lot of the state and organized crime in the area. They were so resource rich, and they were so successful in what they did that the Papal States saw them as a threat. And in the end, this is how they were defeated, is they literally, both groups organized. One of the princes, in coordination with the Pope, literally blockaded them on all sides and attempted to starve them out. Right? But during the Jewish purges in Catholic Italy, they the Jewish populace, the Jewish diaspora, relocated to Cospaya. And they welcomed them with open arms. They're like, yeah, sure, we don't give a shit. Come on through. And so several Jewish families set up warehouses to help dry and transport the tobacco that would be grown on Cospaya as well, because, again, Papal state law did not apply to them. They were sovereign. And so while there was an embargo placed upon the growth of tobacco within the Papal States for many, many years, Cospaya did not recognize that. So they had a freer economy as well. And yeah, they lasted longer than the U.S. has lasted yet at 375 years. Still a microcosmic example for sure. I see you tagging me. I'm ignoring you. Like, don't you get this yet? I'm literally ignoring you. So yeah, they lasted for 375 years, and it's like, okay, like, you know, how are they Stalinist? Please explain to me how they were Stalinist. They were post-capitalist, right? Like, they were pre-post-capitalist, like, based on, you know, date ranges, right? They managed to be
established, from what I can tell, in 1440. It's well before any, like,
capitalist theory,
before any communist theory existed in Europe.
So they were post-capitalist before it was hip. All right, they were there. And it's like, how are they fucking Stalinist? Like, right? Like, they're before Stalin fucking existed, and yet they're somehow Stalinist. Right?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, they're fucking pre-Marx, for God's sake. So,
like, but hey, you know, I'm sure the guys that run Trumbleplex, and by guys I use that colloquially, of course, I'm sure the guys that run Trumbleplex outside of Detroit, Michigan, and the anarchistic commune that's been running for, I forget, I think they're on their 27th or 28th year anniversary now. I'm sure they would love to know that they're also Stalinists. I'm sure they think it's absolutely hilarious. But they, it's like, okay, sure, it's all Stalin. So yeah, they've been, you know, the 11 hour old account has been full of some very interesting takes. Let's just put it that way.
Clearly.
Yeah. So yeah, have you read much Bukowski?
I'm not much of a reader. Unfortunately, rather severe ADHD makes reading any long-form content very difficult for me.
Have you listened to any Bukowski audiobooks?
I've not heard of this person before today, so no.
Okay, then yeah, I would. Well, it depends how cold and dead you are inside already as to whether you should be reading Bukowski or not.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I tend to vacillate between cold and dead and actually optimistic about the world.
Oh, well, you know, if you're feeling a little too optimistic and you want to take it down a notch sometime, you know, you're like, God, I really wish that cynical bastard side would come out and play. Read some Bukowski.
You know.
Yeah, it's a fun. Oh, you got fucking Wither, stop calling me out.
Catasulo and Ancom Psycom. Do either of you know the uncolonized history of 1871? No.
I am not familiar with it, no.
Yeah, I'll just bite the bullet and say fuck no. Not gonna pretend.
And he got timed out. Interesting.
I think Korea was just tired of him just flooding chat.
Let's see. Hang on. The uncolonized history of 1871. Is that the German colonial shit?
Why colonizers lie, but you told the truth. Yeah, he told the truth. I dig it. The long con. He hooked me. I got baited.
All right. Oh God, 5 minutes ago. The account's literally 5 minutes old.
You know, I'm fine with it though.
Oh, Karina redeemed points for it. Oh, interesting.
Okay. Oh, fucking. There's the video right there in chat.
Okay, so it looks like based on a quick web search, this refers to the pre-unification of the German states in 1871. So my guess is maybe something to do with like the history of those states prior to that unification, but it's hard to know without more context.
Oh yeah, Swede. Yeah, definitely don't engage tonight. Like for sure. Like for your own mental health tonight, Swede. Just don't engage.
Yeah. We all need a rest day every now and again.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Swede. Remember the last time I warned you. Remember the trauma from the last time I warned you. I'm warning you. Don't engage.
And as someone who has a hard time not engaging, I absolutely like understand the urge. It's just at the end of the night, it's not going to be good for your mental health. So just avoid and evade is be like an airbender. Avoid and evade.
Yeah, I heard labor creates values this Swede. These motherfuckers
marginally.
Yeah, these motherfuckers don't understand shit for shit, Swede, and I worry about you, my man. I want to keep that ticking. So, like, yeah, I don't want you having an aneurysm or some shit just because of some shit you read in my chat. Ugh.
Kai, you gotta favor. Coin flip. Heads affirmative, tails is negative.
Flip a coin.
It's tails.
Tails.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay. I think
Text from someone.
Paris, when referring to the uncolonized history of 1871, is actually referring to the Paris Commune. And that one I am familiar with. I just didn't know.
Well, let's see.
I've never even heard it referred to as that before.
Yeah.
You missed the second message that he sent as a pair up with that one, where he fucking.
Oh.
I know
what that link. I know what the link goes to.
Yeah, so that's the joke.
Okay. I didn't catch the first part. I caught the second part. All right.
I take it. He's a memer.
Swede.
I do think,
he didn't. Swede. He didn't understand that. Never mind. I'm not. There's a lot of shit that has been said tonight by people in chat on topics they clearly do not understand or have any experience in. It's that simple.
Honestly, the only thing you need to do if you want to prove that mutual aid networks work is just look at the entire indigenous history of Turtle Island going back for, 15 millennia.
You're being very tribalistic when you call it Turtle Island, seeing as there is no agreement amongst all of the various indigenous groups in North America as to the naming structure.
Fair enough. That is the name that every indigenous person of this landmass that we tend to refer to as America has decided that they wanted to call it. As far as I know, there was no other non-colonialist name for.
There's a bunch. I get my info from Tale of Two Rabbit.
Oh, okay.
Rabbit is the one who caught me up to speed on that one. That it's actually there's no common distinction. That's pan-Indianism that sort of comes from, and it's a whole topic unto itself. But yeah, I've drilled like Rabbit's brain after streams and stuff. Like, all right, fill me in.
I will need to do the same because
then back.
Yeah, I've talked with him and Lasu and obviously Sean and a few others about this, and the consensus seems to have been Turtle Island, but I absolutely get that that's not what they all called it, and it's just kind of the name that seems to be coming out.
Hey Caboose. Yeah, it's I just find it amusing. It's like, well, we're failing to recognize the language and beliefs of the marginalized indigenous communities who weren't the most predominant ones. When you do that, it's like, seems that that's sort of just a indigenous version of the same shit we're doing now. Like, that just seems like we just...
Well, clearly I need to talk to Rabbit about, what the other options are, but yeah, it's definitely an odd situation given that there were so many distinct cultures
and
prior
languages.
to, Columbian contact.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is there's a lot of different languages, a lot of different cultures going on. And, and a lot of different belief systems. And so, there is no, we tend to whitewash the indigenous cultures of North America into this singular, unified, monolithic entity. And it's like, they had disagreements. They had differences.
Yeah, I'd imagine, like, down and, like, fucking, like way down in, like, South America, they probably wouldn't have gone with the same naming scheme, just considering just the sheer distance between the tribes.
Let's see. What's another good headline that'll... that was a fun one. Shout out to fucking Jackass, and Kat knows who I'm talking about. Let me get this on screen, actually. This is a fun time coming our way.
I'm part indigenous. These two, I'll throw them under the bus, but you can't do that to me.
I've got some in there. Like I said, my mom's side of the family was a bunch of fucking, like, they slept around. Like, they banged everybody. Like, you an immigrant, you here. Like, I know of at least one indigenous and one African chattel slave that are in the mix on that side of the family. Yeah. Like, my mom's family was like, they were down. Yeah. Like, apparently, the social and cultural constructs of isolationism, racism, or tribalism didn't get as much play as "give me that dick." So,
Nice.
yeah. So yeah, this is yeah, for sure, Exel. This is our great little domestic terror Biden administration bullshit threat. This is the part that affects us. Another key component. Yeah. This is the National Strategy for Countering Domestic Terrorism brief.
Oh shit.
Another key component of the threat comes from anti-government or anti-authority violent extremists. This significant component of today's threat includes self-proclaimed militias and militia violent extremists who take steps to violently resist government authority or facilitate the overthrow of the U.S. government based on perceived overreach. Anarchist violent extremists who violently oppose all forms of capitalism, corporate globalization, and governing institutions which they perceive harmful to society. And of course, sovereign citizens, and then they also do single-issue ideologies related to abortion, animal rights, environmental or involuntary celibate, violent extremism, as well as grievances or a combination of ideological influences.
You know what?
Interesting. The abortion one seems to include both anti-abortion and pro-abortion advocates there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Karina, the answer is yes. And Detrius, fucking shout out to Haymarket. Yep. Mayday.
Honestly, I'm just happy that they had a solid definition of anarchism there. Like they actually did kind of like not strawman it.
Yeah.
How bad is anthropogenic climate change? Would I say, Brick? I mean, it's not doing great. It's not doing great.
I think Brick is in an ongoing conversation with who is Fabian Liberty.
Oh, well, good luck with that one. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, who is an avowed capitalist. And
Oh, they're
I think
they're a neo-libertarian.
Yeah, they're full libertarian.
Yeah.
Proud of
Yeah,
it too. It's
and
what the
I
stream is
think
about.
Brick or someone asked them if they valued clean air, and their response was, "Yes, that's why I'm a capitalist." And I had to stop myself from face palming.
Dude, I mean, me face palming is literally an emote on this channel.
Touche.
Yeah, like for fucker, yeah. Yeah, Union Carbide would like a word. For those of you that actually get that reference, rock the fuck on for either paying attention during my rambles on stream or knowing your industrial accident history. Union Carbide is responsible for the largest industrial scale accident in human history that we know of, at least in modern context. They're now owned by Dow Chemical, and Dow Chemical, it was decided that Dow Chemical isn't responsible for the actions of Union Carbide, even though they purchased them lock, stock, and barrel. Union Carbide had a gas manufacturing plant in a place called Bhopal, India. They had a gas leak one night. Thousands dead overnight. The estimate due to birth defects and miscarriages over the years now, we're pushing 6 digits off of just one industrial accident. Yeah, it's bad.
Also, Fabian Liberty is offering to hop in. As well. Spice up the stream. Even though it's already pretty spicy.
I have no problem with it, but obviously it's your stream, Kai.
I'm worried about Swede.
You know, I'll flip a coin. Alright. Heads, let's say heads he comes on, tails he doesn't.
Hey, Canamix, don't tell me. How about you worry about yourself and you not worry about the space that I operate? Thanks.
Also his heads, by the way, so he's coming on.
Swede, cover your ears. Go do something else, Swede. Go do something else.
Don't drink too much.
Recount. Stop the steal. Steal the stop. Wait, what are we doing?
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Okay, there he is.
Caboose, from what I understand, he's actually home and drinking.
Yes, he's already like a few drinks in. All right, there he is. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love your stream. Honestly.
He's working up a tolerance. Wait, did that just pop in? Wait, hang on. What the fuck? Okay, cool. I thought that just popped in. I was like, oh my god, we're still getting license plate messages behind the scenes, but no.
I don't come into left-wing spaces to just like trash talk or anything.
I will.
Like, it's your space. We talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, we legitimately have ideological differences, but so far, what I can say about you here's me being kind. You haven't said crazy shit like LMAO first and like license plate, where you're just like, yeah, it's all Stalinism. What?
Right. Or what do you mean? You want me to get a license to toast bread in my house from my own toaster?
Like it just, yeah, we have ideological differences for sure, but we seem to at least agree on 85% of shared common reality. It's like, you can't have Stalinism before Stalin was a thing. You've got it.
The Libertarian Party has been a fucking joke for... Oh, I'm sorry. Can I not say the F word on here, or can I?
You can swear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We just try and stray away from the gamer words.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah.
100%. I'm just saying, look, the Libertarian Party has been a joke for a long time, and I think, center-right libertarianism has been a joke for a long time, taking away, like, Rothbard and Mises and stuff, right? For a reason, and it's because it has attracted a bunch of edgelords. There's not a lot of, like, I would say, like, super well-educated individuals or people that are really dedicated to the movement. I think it is mostly trolls, right? And I'm trying to do something to change that, and I'm trying to argue the policies that I think are good, and finding common ground with people like you, because I mean there is a lot that we agree on, and so if there's something we agree on, like those are the things we should attack together, and if there's something we disagree on, then I'll be over here and you'll be over there.
And we can agree the tankies need to go away.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're going to find an anarcho. For the record, I'm not an anarcho-capitalist. Just throwing that out there.
Just for the record, no one is.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, we have an ideological difference on the way we define anarchism. I get that. Stepping aside from that, I'm a constitutional minarchist. I'm not. My streaming duo partner is an anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah, hang on, let me try and Psycom is dialed up as far as I can get him.
Oh, I can raise my volume from this side if you need.
Yeah, I drive it a little higher. And then Fabian,
Okay, I just bumped that.
okay, I brought up a little bit for you, Brick. So, see if we can't level it out a little bit.
Yep. If I'm still quiet to anyone in chat, just let me know. I can bump it still a bit higher. So.
And if anybody needs me to, just let me know. I'll mute Cat.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the Libertarian Party is seeing huge changes for anybody that's not really in on the LP. The Mises Caucus has completely taken over, and the Prags have dissolved.
I always
What are
love.
the libertarian socialists in there doing these days?
The Libertarian Socialists are mostly leaving the party as the right wing begins to gain more, and as there's a lot of people that are, far right or GOP kind of individuals that have left the GOP to be part of the liberty movement, and so as the Mises Caucus grows, I think the Libertarian Socialists are starting to fade away into kind of their own area. I think that they can do more with the Democrats than they can with the LP.
I love what just happened in chat, by the way.
happened?
Catamix said, all these labels, you're the problem. We're all Americans. And chat, immediately, wait, everyone in the world is American? Based.
Even the Australians?
Even the Australians? Yep. It's all just America now.
They're in the global south, and they speak English. What are you talking about?
Yep. Oh, fucking A. You do realize that there are more people in America and in my community than just Americans, right? I hope.
They're all masquerading.
We just, haven't gotten around to formalizing our takeover of your country yet. That's all.
You guys got oil? Because if so, we're coming.
Actually, the oil thing, though it's great for memes, the new meme should be natural gas, because our oil independence has been achieved. We're energy independent as a nation, and largely due to natural gas.
Yeah, I was just joking.
Yeah, I know it's good for memes, but it's time the memes change. Right, it was the do you have oil? We're coming for it. Memes were good for a few decades, right? Even back to 70s, 80s, 90s, aughts. Yeah. Even the 2010s to a certain extent. But yeah,
I feel like there's still some merit to the "we're coming for your oil" thing, just because though the United States and probably Canada too, are considered energy independent, much of Europe is not, and so as allies of Europe, I would say that we still tend to do oil and
we're not really allies.
Imperialism.
We're not really allies of Europe, though. That's the amusing thing.
Yeah, well, you got to do something to keep that petrodollar stable, right?
Yeah, and I'm with Rev. Rev, the new one, and K-Rid hit it as well, but Rev got to it first. Do you have lithium?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. How's that
Right.
lithium looking? You got
Those
it?
iPhones got to get replaced soon. You need the new iPhone.
Yeah, how's that lithium looking? you got lithium?
Interestingly, I did recently read about a new technology for sodium-based batteries rather than lithium, and we have a shit ton of sodium available to us, so that might be changing soon.
There's
a lot that's changing. We need to move to thorium salt reactors.
Oh,
and we need to
please.
start growing hemp for diesel fuels. There's a lot of ways we could really improve our energy infrastructure.
well, maybe if we
I don't
partner.
think hemp's the way to go there. I think more algae-based solutions are probably going to be better for just specifically for like biodiesel.
Perovskite for the photovoltaics. I don't think we're going to be making any significant battery tech changes anytime soon. I just think we're going to try and source lithium differently, because that's pretty much the story of humanity's technological development. Kicking and screaming is probably like if you were summing up the human species, just, subtat humans, a slogan, kicking and screaming. Like that's sort of how we make all of our changes. I mean,
there's some stuff with like spiral battery technology, from what I understand, like new ways to package the lithium in the battery might increase efficiency. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna need something new soon.
Hypercapacitors and shit like that are really interesting technology to get into, but at the end of the day, it's just consumer grade tech. We're fucking slow as shit to upgrade that stuff. But we do have new lithium sourcing options on the horizon as well. Was it the Bin Solomon, whatever the fuck, the king, the university named after the king? They released a case study recently that we ran past one of the mechanical engineers.
So starting to get a bunch in Colorado, apparently.
Somebody came up with basically a 3 volt, like 3.4 volts or something like that was the actual voltage necessary to run it. You could take lithium out of seawater and concentrate it to 9,000 times the concentration using an ionic flow rather than a pressurized flow. Which is the typical sort of reverse osmosis methodology that they use, but using a low pressure ionic flow state, they managed to concentrate lithium from seawater to 9,000 times the concentration level using 3.4 volts. So, I mean, there's a lot of lithium in seawater.
Fair.
So
there's a lot of uranium in seawater too, for that matter.
Yeah.
Aren't we doing enough to our oceans right now, though?
I mean, I feel like pulling trace elements out of seawater is probably not going to create a huge ecological impact, but then again, we don't always know what kind of impact, the shit we're doing is going to have, so...
Once us greedy capitalists get our hands on the seawater, it's all over, boys.
I mean, you're already commodifying fresh water, so...
Oh, please. I knew the writing was on the wall when Canada started canning air and shipping it to China.
Spaceballs.
Yeah, like the writing was on the wall then. It's like, all right, it's over, folks. It's over, boys. Call it. Just time of death. Like, sorry, we're canning air now. It's over. Yeah. Pumped hydra. Oh, there's a bunch. Story girl. There's a bunch of. We use a molten salt reactor, a molten fluoride salt reactor here in Nevada. We have one that utilizes reflected solar energies to literally melt fluoride salts, and then use that heat as the storage medium, as the thermocapacitor. For that energy, and then to utilize it to, again, just drive a turbine. Everything's fucking steam powered, by the way. Our entire world is basically steam powered. We never we never left steampunk.
We figure out new ways to get heat out of stuff to boil water to turn turbines. With the exception of photovoltaics and wind turbines, yeah, it's pretty much all heat goes to water, goes to steam, goes to turbine.
Yeah. And while I agree with you, okay, so I saw. Are you Scott, Fabian? You're the Scott of the pair.
Yeah. That's why it's
okay.
There for
I just want to make sure, as I know you guys share accounts and stuff.
I'm the fat bearded guy, not the skinny bald guy.
Okay. I agree on the thorium stuff, but the history with the USSR is the reason we didn't go that route, and we'd have so much catching up to do. The only two nation states that I know that are investigating thorium reactors to any extent are China and India.
And India is largely because they actually have a very high natural abundance of thorium, geographically speaking.
Yeah. We in our conflict with the USSR, we wanted something that it was a multi-stage process that we could get plutonium out of at the end stage. We were like, yeah, that's great and all, but can we build bombs with it? No? All right, cool. Fuck off. Come bring us something that we can build bombs out of. That was basically the long and short of that thought process. So, yeah, we went with a uranium enrichment process rather than a thorium enrichment process, which nets you plutonium. I forget the isotope. What is it, 232 or something like that?
39.
239, thank you. It's been a...
Rick Griff is right there with you in chat.
Yep. Dang, a bit too late. It's fair enough, Brick. Great minds and all of that. Yeah, that's the history of the U.S. nuclear program, is basically we went the route we did because we could weaponize it, and thorium doesn't hold weaponization potential, so we're like, yeah, fuck that. That's just how we do everything in the U.S. Can we weaponize it? Yes. All right, well, we'll pump some money into it.
Well, Story Girl, waste is actually much less of a problem with thorium sequence, as A, it's easier to reprocess, and B, after reprocessing and complete energy extraction, the waste is toxic on the order of hundreds of years rather than tens of thousands.
Yeah.
Angie, fucking yeah. Lithium fires do take a bit of work to put out, admittedly so. But Angie, I would point you to the fear that human beings had when they switched from horsed carriages to horseless carriages, right? The inclusion of petrochemical products in the fuel tank was seen as there's articles and there's like headlines from newspapers the world over, like, dangerous, they could catch fire, or there are bombs sitting in your driveway and shit like that, right? Human beings have to overcome this every time we do a technology upgrade, because every technology upgrade basically means we get to hurt ourselves even easier now. Like, everything human beings develop is just one step closer to us annihilating ourselves. So
Irish Swede was supposed to run away when I got in here.
Swede. Fucking Swede. Well, he's playing with the other person.
Don't lump me in, sir.
Oh God. Yeah, they used to say people would die if they exceeded 30 miles per hour. Oh, it's honestly, I love one of my favorites is the New York Times said, oh God, I'm forgetting the number. It was 1 million years, I believe. I think it's 1 million years. 7 months prior to the Wright brothers achieving sustained flight, the New York Times published an article saying how sustained human flight was 1 million years out. And then 7 months later, the Wright brothers did it. So, when I hear predictions of time frames involving technological development, I always like to think of those sorts of stories. That's like, look what we did with the Apollo, the amount of memory we put on the Apollo computer, and look at what we have comparatively now, right? Like, don't listen to anti-technologists. Don't listen to people who say that, oh, we can't build that technology or we're not there yet. That thing is one discovery around the corner. It's just one laboratory, one fucking nerd sitting there going, oh, wait, that's how that works. Bam. The world just changed forever. Right? And chances are the technology already exists, by the way, because that's how shit works. We discovered the electron long before we figured out how to actually utilize electricity, right? It was seen as a seemingly useless discovery at the time, and now it powers our fucking world, right? It's literally everything. So, I'm a technologist at heart. I'm firmly in that camp. I don't think we have a choice. I think it's forward retreat time. All right, so yeah, fair enough, Angie. Yeah, something like that, Marcus. Yeah, casual. Dude, there was one nuclear test that people, like, legitimately, there was a moment they miscalculated. I think it was one of the hydrogen bomb tests. They miscalculated, and the explosion was significantly larger than they expected it to be. And there are stories from some of the scientists and soldiers that thought, oh shit, we fucked up. Like, in that moment, like, this is it. We just ended the world. Lol figure, yes. Anarchists are were like sort of the OG progressives. You know, we had people in our history talking about how intersectionalism and homosexuality and women's rights and, you know, blacks' rights and civil rights and indigenous rights. We had people a long time ago talking about that stuff, way before the sort of general discourse was on that topic. So.
Even the right-wing libertarians have been progressive, right? Like the LP has been pro-gay rights since 1972 in its foundation.
Yes, but how do I want to put this? I don't want to undermine. Yes, I think y'all are doing it for different reasons, though. And I'm not saying those reasons aren't valid. Sure. I'm just saying that you came at it a different direction.
Yeah, no, I just say when you want the reduction. I mean, yeah, we're focused mainly on the state, right? We're focused on state abuses, you know. So whereas, you know, the left wings might talk about, you know, LGBTQ rights, you know, in a more cultural or social way, we might look at it as like what government actions have been taken against these people that infringe upon their liberties. Yeah, it's more of you don't have the right to tell me how to live my life, right? Approach. Which again, there's some society, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's some Venn diagram overlap there with the anarchists for sure. But the anarchists tend to also take a sort of enlightenment period approach to it as well. In addition to the fuck off, I do what I want attitude. I would say that there are plenty of right wing and you don't believe in right wing anarchism, but I mean if you allow us the I believe in right wing anarchism. I believe it can exist. I don't believe you can be an anarchist and a capitalist simultaneously. I'm interested to hear your argument on that. I mean, capitalism is inherently hierarchical. Capitalism is inherently I can elevator pitch this. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, exploitative, and coercive. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of unjust hierarchical power structure and a philosophical challenging and replacement thereof wherever they may lie. These two are antithetical to one another. It's a misnomer. So how do you get rid of hierarchy then? You use heterarchical organizational structure rather than hierarchical organizational structure. How is that not equally oppressive to force people to not be able to achieve more than others? It doesn't restrict you from achieving more. It restricts your ability to oppress somebody else using that system. Right. So what happens if I amass wealth, right? Like I have a low time preference, right? And so I amass wealth and then I want to do something with my wealth. Like, I don't know, hire workers to increase more wealth.
So let's back up. How did you amass the wealth in the first place? Because this is not an in a vacuum situation. The main problem that people against capitalism have is the methods by which wealth is amassed in the first place is inherently exploitative and hierarchical. So let's say I take extra time out of my day, right? And I have a low time preference, so I eat almost nothing. I save whatever it is that I have, and I trade it with other individuals that want to eat more. Whatever the society is. How are you going to achieve wealth doing this, though? How am I going to achieve what? So I mean, like I'm dealing with a hypothetical. Okay. So let's wealth is different than just excess resources gathered on a day-to-day basis, right? Like, can we allow for this distinction to be made?
Yeah, no, I'm okay with it, right?
Wealth requires, in most leftist econ and political science analysis, some level of exploitation to be achieved.
Okay, so what happens if I go out into the middle of the woods with my amassed level of resources that I have traded for, right, and build a factory all on my lonesome, right? And I've gained food from other people. I've gained materials from other people. I go out to a completely unutilized state of land, right? Like I didn't buy the land. I took the land in kind of like a John Lockean kind of like perspective of like the land is not utilized. Therefore, I started utilizing it, so on and so forth, right? And then I build a factory with a group of people that I hired with all of the excess food that I had hoarded, right? Because I had a low time preference and I wanted to achieve a factory. Then I build a factory and then I start employing people with other resources based off of the trade of goods and services, right? Like how do we stop me from doing that without oppressing me? And because I just happen to be higher up than those other people hierarchically because of genetic, biological, opportunistic, or personality differences. Right? A hierarchy is established naturally because humans are hierarchical creatures.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're making an appeal to nature while using a cell phone.
Okay.
Okay,
So, I think what he's trying to say
human beings do a
is-
lot of shit that isn't natural.
Okay, but I'm not making an appeal to nature. I'm making an appeal to the fact that individual differences create hierarchies. And because these individual differences
but-
cannot be taken away, hierarchies in and of themselves cannot be taken away.
But you can mitigate and that that unequal that inequity and inequality within the system. You can
How
account
do you-
for it.
You can mitigate, but you can't stop it. And eventually, I will be the wealthy capitalist with a ton of resources and a ton of people that I'm hiring in my wage slavery system, right?
And then you violated your own NAP.
Not mine. That's only because of your definition of violence, not the right, center right capitalist version of violence.
So what happens if you take this to its let's do the extremes, right?
I want to take it to its logical conclusion because I hear you make the argument, and I actually want to hear your argument. I don't want to just like try and.
Well, what will
like,
you
I'm gonna win this
inevitably
debate,
what will
like, I
you
really wanna.
inevitably do with this wealth?
What's that?
What will you inevitably do with this wealth?
Well, it depends on what your time preference is, right? I mean, if I have an extremely low time preference, then I'll probably pass this wealth on in the form of opportunities for my children so that they start out ahead of your children.
The reproduction of wealth, essentially. Like we're reproducing capital and hoping it would be divested further into capital markets.
Okay.
I'm just
I'm trying to understand, like, what's how does this break down hierarchy? Like, how are you breaking down this hierarchy?
Well, I would argue that one, your organization should have been ordered differently and entirely differently from the start.
Why? I was just curious. Like, what do you mean?
Because human beings came out of the cave. Because we chose to cross the ocean, because we constructed the internet, and because we went to the moon. Human beings' history and story is told in a game of progress. And you're holding on to something that is antiquated and that we have better versions of and we can progress to.
So your argument is that the system that I would engage in, the capitalist system, would incur a cost that would be prohibitive of my success compared to the individuals that are, let's say, like anarcho-mutualist or pacifist or working together in a cooperative model, and that I would be outcompeted in the market.
Botchla, libertarian, not an ANCAP, libertarian, unabashed. So you know.
And I'm not trying to like straw man you. I'm just trying to redefine it in terms that are more amenable to a way that I can discuss it, right?
That's fine.
Is that what your argument is?
That's fine.
Like,
I'm
that would
also
be outcompeting
trying to
in the
keep an
market?
eye on chat here. Ask your question again. I'm sorry. I'm fucking one eye on.
So, is the argument that you're making is that my system that I I brought forward, like this kind of capitalist model of low time preference, would be outcompeted by the surrounding individuals that are, let's say, anarcho-mutualists.
We already know that worker co-ops outcompete capitalists when they put them side by side. That's
If you can say we already know that, but there's not enough relevant data to prove that, right? You can't isolate variables like you.
30% of global economy is worker co-ops. They survive downturns in economic swings better. They have higher rates of employee happiness indexes.
What?
They have higher. One of the most interesting studies done in this field was by the British Architectural Association, and they compared 1-to-1 hierarchically ordered architectural firms versus hierarchically organized architectural firms. And they found that not only do they output greater amounts of work, they found that the customers had a higher rate of satisfaction as well as the happiness index of their employees. Like, they outperform.
Well, so a few things here. Number one, like I said, you can't isolate variables. You're comparing non-capitalist, like there's no free market capitalism, right? Like, we all have mixed economies, right? China's not capitalist. It's a market economy with it's a socialist or communist market economy, right? So America is not capitalist. It's a market economy that's mixed market and mixed socialist. Like, there's a judicial system that protects monopolies.
Not if you actually accept the definition of socialism/communism to being the worker ownership of the means of production. We're not talking the state ownership. We're talking the worker ownership. So with that in mind, I don't see any way in which the U.S. or any other capitalist country could be considered even partially socialist.
Okay, but you have to, at the very least.
And you're referring to what are generally referred to as economic ideals. They're the poles on the plotted graph. But everybody accepts, economists and political scientists and civics majors all accept that if the plot is trending a direction, you can generally refer to them as such.
Right, okay, but you have to, at the very least,
to say that America isn't capitalist is kind of doing a disservice to language and economics.
I mean, I disagree. I understand what you're saying, that they're
just because it isn't laissez-faire capitalism writ large doesn't mean it isn't capitalist.
Right? Okay, exactly. So you're comparing different forms of state oppression that have benefited large wealthy elites through the judicial system, through monopolies created through contracts, through the monopoly on violence by the state, right? All of these things that prop up a system that is not laissez-faire capitalism, right? And then you're comparing it to individual cases of co-ops that are also working under the same oppressive system, right? So it's difficult to definitively say we already know the answer to this. It's kind of like you're predicting.
So how do we achieve laissez-faire capitalism and not encourage regulatory capture that will just do the exact same thing all over again? Because you would
get rid of the state.
Okay, but how do you not end up creating a de facto state?
Yeah, without a state, how do you defend property is the question. And any method that defends property through violence is inherently a state, if not, under our definition of the state as being the monopoly on the legitimate use of violence, which I think is common to both I can
explain that actually pretty easily.
Go ahead.
Right. So you now, first and foremost, again, this is where I have to constantly remind people I'm not an anarcho-capitalist, that I'm close to it, but not. Personally, I still believe in a judicial system because I don't necessarily know how you can have non-voluntary arbitration agreements against against groups of individuals that have a power differential when negative externalities occur, right? So I don't have an answer to that, and that is why I'm not an anarcho-capitalist. That being said, if I play devil's advocate and pretend to be the anarcho-capitalist here, right? The competition is between the arbitration agreements, right? And so an arbitration agreement, it's a voluntary process, right? So as opposed to an involuntary process where the state is an involuntary actor that has a monopoly on violence and has a monopoly on enforcement, arbitration agreements that are based off of contract and private property rights allow individuals to, let's say, go on a private road, in order for that private road to be policed, an individual needs a police contract. In order for that police institution to not pay large amounts of insurance rates, they're going to need an arbitration agreement. This arbitration agreement is voluntary because you choose to go into the road. The owner of the road chooses to purchase that police force. The police force chooses to work with that arbitration agreement, and the insurance company chooses their rates based off of the competition in the market of that arbitration agreement. So you have multiple different factors working under a voluntary process that allows for things that are much, much more fair, right? Try and sue a corporation today. You'll be in court for 2 years if you're lucky to get in, unless it's a class action lawsuit. And by that point, they've made hundreds of millions of dollars, and you get your $4 check in the fucking mail, right? But under a system of voluntary contracts and voluntary arbitration agreements, the arbitrator immediately takes the maximum amount of money that could be levied against the corporation in the case involved into an escrow bank based off of a proportionality of the wealth that they have, does the same to the private individual that's bringing the arbitration to the individual, and then they have to decide it there. The corporation can admit fault and immediately lose their money, or they can go to court.
Swede would just like to point out you just recreated the state.
You did not recreate the state. Everything that I just described was voluntary in every step of the process, and is not a monopoly on violence.
I would like to back up because
how do you
example and I want to use this example real quick. Your very first premise was that the person voluntarily decides to go on the road. All right.
Absolutely.
If we were to expand into that and determine why they are choosing to go on the road. Let's say, for instance, they are choosing to go on the road because they need to go to the grocery market to obtain food, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're in an area in which there happen to be a small number of these, and all of the ways to get to them are via private roads. So if the only way to obtain your food source, say you're living in a desert, for instance, Las Vegas being a great example of this.
Pause. I just want to point out LMAO first just said Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk pay plenty of taxes. Continue.
Okay.
No,
so
they don't.
let's. Yeah, no, they don't. I think we all agree. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all the other ultra wealthy fuckwads do not actually pay any or very much tax at all. But anyways, proceeding on. So, assuming that we are in a desert situation, there's a limited number of private roads available and a limited number of grocery stores available, and the only way to get to the stores is via the private roads. You need food. That is an inherent need. So if your only option to get to these stores is via these roads that are privately held and that you must make a voluntary but economic agreement with the owner to use, that is an inherently coercive situation.
Absolutely agree, which is why the non-aggression principle from an anarcho-capitalist perspective includes the individual as private property, includes the speech of an individual as private property, and also includes the rights of freedom of association and freedom of movement, right? So if you own a monopoly on, let's say, the only roadway from one place to another, right, then you do not have the same arbitration agreements. You do not have the same licensure for which
how the fuck do you enforce any of this? Just FYI.
Well, arbitration clauses, right?
So my question then becomes: how do you prevent a monopoly? If it is in a scarce situation such as I have described, where you have few to no alternative options, that becomes a monopoly. And so the question is, how do you prevent that?
Oh, it's again, it's really simple. You just actually have to follow the model all the way through to conclusion, right? So the first thing you got to think of is that when working in an anarcho-capitalist system, you have to think about
hold on. I'm sorry. I have to love the discussion, and I love me not having to fucking actually do any heavy lifting. But LMAO first, again, amazing takes. Gift economies are literal fantasy. We had a gift economy. It was called slavery and feudalism.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh my god. Well,
This is also-
LMAO, like what?
Yeah.
This
This is also the
guy
same-
has got to be a memer because
Yeah.
like these
Well,
takes are
Swede,
just
he
are-
tried to have a conversation with Swede, or Swede tried to have a conversation with him, and came out the other side saying, "Holy fuck, this guy's dumb."
Yeah, he was the one that was saying that like capitalism has always existed because market forces have always existed.
Yeah. This motherfucker, like I said, I hate to keep interrupting you, but he keeps coming with
No, it's
takes
fine.
that are amazing. Like it's
No,
No, they are pretty amazing.
yeah.
It's your stream, right? Like, you know, if you were
Yeah.
if you were on my stream, I'd interrupt you if somebody said something hilarious in my chat.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, back to the question. I am genuinely curious how you propose to prevent a monopoly under the hypothetical I've described.
Right, so monopolies are not created by corporations. They're not created by the amassment of wealth. I know you disagree heavily, but that being because you think that capitalism is inherently monopolistic. You've said it previously. I'm not misquoting you. am I?
No, you're not.
Okay, so let's explain the process by which one road. Let's take away all of the outside factors, right? Because
Cat,
you have to
keep things
use
pinned
a little
down.
bit of an imagination. Let's just say there's just your house, there's just a road, or there's just your neighborhood, there's just a road, and there's just a grocery store, right? You're not living in an anarcho-capitalist city where you could easily just go to another road, right?
Yeah.
So in this instance, you have a monopoly. A monopoly has been made, right? Now, here's the thing about it, though, is that when you have a state-run monopoly, they get to enforce all of these wonderful things. They get to enforce violence. They get to enforce everything. Well, this guy has a monopoly, so he's like, well, I'm just going to charge you like a hell of a lot of money, right? Well, at a certain point, he will be priced out of the market by the individual interests of the individuals within that neighborhood that say, hey, this road is too expensive. The police on this road are assholes, right? So let's say the police on this road want to kidnap you, right? And there's no arbitration agreement. No one's gonna go on that fucking road. They're gonna ride their car, because you said it's in Nevada, on the salt flats and just fucking take the additional damage to their vehicle as opposed to going onto this road. It is an entirely voluntary process. Because it's an entirely voluntary process, you can't have an actual monopoly because individuals do not have to use your product, right?
Okay.
And if things become cost prohibitive, then individuals will find ways to bring solutions to the market, right? In lieu of that thing. So let's get even more specific. Instead of let's say it's the grocery store. The grocery store now is the oppressive individuals that are costing a fuck ton of money. Well, part of that is, why the hell did you choose to live? Because you have freedom of movement within the society. Why did you settle and live in an area where food is extremely cost prohibitive? Is there another resource out there? Is there a reason you live out there? Is the view really pretty so people spend a lot of money on the property? Like why are you living in this place to begin with, right? So at every step of the way, you don't have a true monopoly because you're not forced to purchase any of these things. You have these choices, and if it becomes too cost prohibitive because of, bad policing, too expensive to use the road, et cetera, then a competitor arrives to outcompete that road.
Yeah, okay, so I feel like there is the assumption there that a competitor will arrive, but the issue that I have with this is, so let's say, for instance, we'll further expand the hypothetical scenario here and say people have come to this region because, let's say, there is a gold mine. I'm just pulling this out of my ass.
Great idea.
Yeah, so there's a gold mine. This gold mine happens to be owned by the same person who owns the road. So
you're talking about a horizontal
Well,
monopoly.
Swede pointed out in chat that under that scenario, you don't actually have freedom of movement. It's being dictated by wealth.
yeah, that's a very good point, because movement in this case still requires some amount of resources. Even if you have a car, you need to source fuel for that. You need to be able to access parts for maintenance and repair, perhaps expertise for that repair, things of that nature. I'm expanding this just to kind of address the hypothetical of why someone would want to live in the middle of the desert. Per se, there were a dozen other scenarios I could have come up with, such as a dry mountainous region that happens to only have one road because that's the only geographic pass that actually makes sense, and so
Right,
then
of
you
course.
Yeah, and so then you could potentially have a monopoly on the route to get from A to B, without an extreme amount of, of alternative, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to put this somewhat eloquently. So,
Yeah, no, you're saying like the price elasticity is extreme for a road that is, going through a narrow pass when, the only other way would be to use the second road, and the second road goes all the way around the mountains. So there's
exactly.
a lot of
It becomes a
elasticity
very inelastic demand situation.
Rev-
That's the big thing that I have against capitalism, is that there are so many situations, even in today's modern society, where inelastic demand is a major problem, and the rules of capital, or the rules of markets, tell me that where there is inelastic demand, there can be price inelasticity, such that you essentially are able to force competitors out of the market, not through having a better product or better service, but because that is the only accessible item. For instance, it's impossible for me to shop around at different hospitals, partially because of the policies of, hiding their price lists, but also largely because in many cases, there is only one hospital accessible within a reasonable distance, and especially, if you are in a major trauma situation, you don't really have that choice. And this is one example of many that I could come up with of places where inelastic demand turns into only having a single choice, which itself becomes a form of monopoly.
Right, but these are good. These are good things. Like, just like the people that got super mad at like individuals that packed up their vans full of cases of water and were selling them, to Hurricane Katrina victims for like $12 a water bottle, right? Like, this is a good thing. The fact that an individual is able to make a large amount of profit off of the quote unquote misery of the individuals there is actually how we bring those things to those people. See, government resources, things like FEMA and things like that, they're bleeding and parasitic organizations that destroy the innovation, the GDP, and the ability of growth and development of new technologies, and thus the living standards of the poor and the middle class are destroyed because the government parasitic organizations such as welfare systems, healthcare systems, FEMA, disaster relief, all of these things that are incredibly inefficient and could be done better by private organizers are utilized in such a way that they dampen the market, right? So the fact that someone chooses to go to your mountain town that you lived out there because you had a valuable resource and thinks that they can extract wealth by creating a road in a mountain pass for you to use is a good thing, even though you look at it and say, how come my road costs twice as much as people that live in New York City? You go, well, because they live in fucking New York City. Like, you're the one that chose to live out in this mountain town. You're the one that chose to come here for the work at the new gold mine, right? And so you have to make those intelligent decisions. You have to have a certain level of personal responsibility and personal, usage of your autonomy to understand that if you're going to live there, you got to look at what the roads are, you got to look at what the contracts are, you got to look at what the rental agreements are. The onus is now on you as an individual. With individual rights comes individual responsibility.
Okay, so
that was hang on. I'm going to interject there.
Okay.
One, that was wonderfully crafted way of putting the blame firmly at the feet of the victims. That was a really good tap dance you just did. But the fact of the matter is that holy shit, man, you just justified profiteering in some of the worst situations possible.
I did.
Holy
and I did
fuck,
not do it
man!
ironically, and it is a wonderful thing.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm gonna throw what I believe is a big ass wrench into your particular system of gears here, which is with the very simple question of what if they were born there and did not have a choice to move to that location. They were simply born there, and because of the monopolization of resources, they do not have the resources available to them to leave.
I think Katasila wanted to say something, so I'll answer
go
your
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
Actually, I'm gonna give a nice juicy bullet to. I just realized how bad that phrasing sounds, but I'm running with it. to Fabian here to get here's a philosophically consistent bullet for him to bite on. Because I think the only way you could justify this, like this whole system that you propositioned forward, in order to, I think one of the biggest things you could do, like, because the big conversation here broadly is preventing monopolies, correct? I
mean, in the current topic of the conversation.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. So I would propose that, because there was a comment you made earlier about passing things on, like, further to your children once you've passed or whatever the case may be. I would propose that in order to be philosophically consistent with what you've proposed, you should actually advocate for abolishing inheritance of any kind. You should, essentially, like, the argument goes that, like, in order to prevent individuals or groups of people from capturing a large share of the market, you should essentially make it so that
intergenerational wealth
should be abolished. Therefore, they can't inherit portions of the market without any work placed upon themselves. If we're going to go upon, like, the whole individual responsibility, like, end of things.
I disagree. The reason I disagree with your assertion is that wealth can be passed on generationally, and that it remains, right? But I mean, the research shows that after about 3 generations, wealth is usually destroyed.
No, riches are wealth hangs around for a very long time. Ben
If
Franklin,
you're a Rothschild,
Ben
right?
Franklin's
That's
wealth is still
power.
kicking around, right? Like this is.
That's power. That's power that comes from the state.
What do you think
It's the
wealth
state.
is?
It's the monopoly on
Wealth is power.
It's the monopoly on power that allows
The
individuals
thing
to
is,
do that. Right?
capital and power are, in the vast majority of societies, interchangeable.
Especially
Well, they're
in your,
interchangeable because
especially
you can
in laissez-faire
purchase power.
capitalism, the de facto version of power in a laissez-faire capitalistic modality is wealth.
Yeah,
Right,
like,
but
if we
it's
get rid of
different.
the
It's
state, the
different.
only
No, it's
if we get rid of
not.
the state, the only form of power would be wealth.
And you are talking about intergenerational power structures at that point in a form factor which the person did not contribute to. They are inheriting power.
So a few things, right? So if you want to engage in that, right? I don't necessarily it's not. I don't see how it would work, how you could make it work, right? If you could find a process that made that work, you would certainly slow down growth, innovation, and GDP and new technologies by instituting a process, right, like that. Because obviously, one of the major reasons why individuals, work so hard and attempt to amass so much wealth is so that they can pass down those things to their children in the form of either wealth or opportunities, like private school education that's better, or so on and so forth, right? So you'd have to be okay with that, right? You'd have to say, I'm okay with a loss of innovation in the market and a loss of GDP and a loss of growth in new technologies in order
Can I
to
interject
make it more
real quick?
freer.
Wait, well, no, I'll just bite this bullet. Like, it'll be very quick. Like, yeah, I'll just straight up take that hit to the GDP and economic, like growth of the society if that means it prevents monopolies of power and shit.
Right,
Well, you gotta
so
be careful. You gotta be careful.
innovation
maybe-
and GDP are not inherently linked. We are actually at a very low innovation factor for our current society, despite having a very high GDP.
Yeah, well, I would argue that's because of a lack of competition that is created by the state. But
I argue that it's created by the existence of monopoly, but okay, go ahead.
which is created by the state.
I would point you to a multifaceted meta-analysis done by Nicholas Bloom, Charles Jones, John Raynham, and Michael Webb, in which they did a wide spectrum analysis of capitalistic operating modalities and business operating modalities, in which they, quote, decompose long-run growth rates into the products of two terms, researchers and their research productivity under these systems, and find that, in fact, capitalism drives down innovation through a number of mechanisms which they iterate out.
I mean, I would obviously have to look at that because, of course, whenever you're talking about a meta-analysis,
They look at agriculture.
or
They look
literature.
at medical innovations. They look at a whole host of fields and industries.
Who
Right,
was
I mean,
the
you gotta-
author on that? I'm going to look up the paper real quick.
Thank you, Swede.
Yeah, I mean,
oh
if you
no,
could put it in your
just go
Discord-
SciComm. Just go to cs.kaisthings.com. KAISthings.com, cs.kaisthings.com. It'll be under Capitalism Drives Down Innovation. That's the alpha version of my cheat sheet.
Nice
Yeah, I mean,
plug.
if you want to, like I said, like send it to me. I'd love to look at it. Obviously, we look at a meta-analysis.
cs.kaisthings.com.
Ideologically
You're a big boy.
biased than studies themselves, and then of course in studies you need to look at the methodology. So it takes a
Just sent
very
you the
long
link
time.
to the PDF document.
Yeah,
Fabian.
I'll definitely check it out. But that means I got to read like 30 or 40 studies
Yeah,
because a
yeah,
meta-analysis meta-analysis tend to be biased. They're by whomever is because
Which is
the
why
answer you want.
I use an intermediary economist of my own to analyze these sorts of things for me.
Right. Well, I mean, of course, right. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to speak on the validity of the meta-analysis based off of, like how many citations it has or what it purports. Like, I would love to look at it, though. Like, I'm all for learning, especially learning what the enemy thinks.
Nice.
But yeah, so I mean, there's an argument to be made about freedom of movement, right? Like getting back to the arguments that you were saying, like, and also what Swede was saying, right? Like, what if you're born in this area, right? Like, how do you escape the yoke of like capitalist oppression because you're in a small mountain town that's mining gold, and there's no way out. Investors don't come in there to bring competition into the marketplace because there really isn't a market for it. Like, how do you leave this area? If you are using an anarcho-capitalist system, which again, I have to reiterate, I'm not necessarily for, but if you are using an anarcho-capitalist system, you have an argument from that theoretical position of being able to go to an arbitration agreement and enforcing the road to allow you free passage because your freedom of movement is being unhinged by a cost prohibitive factor. If you are under a constitutional minarchist system, the argument changes to, a violation of your constitutional rights of the freedom of movement. And then you have a case, before a judge that is, by a very limited government. Right? Both of those things can be solved within that system.
So basically, there would just be like some like threshold of wealth that would have to be presented before a court, basically saying, "Look, shit's just way too expensive. We can't do anything. We're kind of trapped here. Mind balance out."
Well, it's not about a bailout. It's about like you individually can be given the means to leave said area, right? You still have the onus of individual responsibility, right?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, it would be like some sort of like settlement court, basically.
Yeah, like in my system, right? Like under arguing for a constitutional minarchism, right? Like you would have a judicial system that is still in place that deals with negative externalities in the marketplace and violation of personal rights. Am I a sovereign citizen? No.
This is why I want you to bite that bullet, though.
You can't.
I want to give a real world. Oh, sorry, Kat. Go ahead.
See, look, I just want to keep the memes going, all right? Because that's where this is going very quickly. You guys
are asking me questions. If you guys want to talk about cops, like we can agree all day, right? Like any way that you turn this conversation, it is what it is. But if you ask me the questions, I'll answer them, right?
Yeah. But oh shit.
I'm just saying, it's your space. Do with it what you will.
You and I, Kat, have seem to have.
We have similar minds and attention spans.
Yes, it seems we do. So
Yeah.
Go ahead.
but yeah, so my thing is that if we're doing this all for the sake of like in endorsing competition, meaning that we'd want like money circulating, so on and so forth, so that we can keep innovation coming and all that jazz. It seems to me that, like, logically speaking, if we're gonna have like these settlement courts and shit that would bail individuals out from these sort of like living conditions, it would also make sense that we'd want to have a system that would minimize individuals or groups from consolidating large portions of the market, therefore abolishing inheritance and other forms of like transfers of wealth to other individuals. And that way we'd be stimulating.
It's not philosophically sound with liberty. It's not philosophically sound with individual liberty. Who the hell are you to tell me what I can do with my wealth and whom I give it to?
Oh, it'd be for the sake of the market, essentially. For the sake of the market and for the sake of the
Right,
company.
exactly. For the sake of the market, I will sacrifice your freedoms. Sounds a lot like the current systems of government. Of
Well,
these liberal
I mean,
democracies.
you're already headed down the path of might makes right. I'm willing to sacrifice your life for my personal comfort. You've already opened the door to that.
Negative.
Well, that's not even where I'm coming at it from. It seemed because the thing is that like we're both talking about two sides of the same coin. Because likewise, who are you to tell prospective competitors or people with innovative ideas that simply don't have the capital needed to properly compete that they'd have like who are you to tell them that you could just pass on your wealth and these people, you know, your children or relatives or whoever else that haven't worked or innovated.
It's about private property rights, right? Like it's
But your
about
children aren't your private.
philosophy that doesn't make a distinction between personal property and private property, right? If personal property and private property are the same thing, right?
not.
Then that means that my wealth, my home, my money, my goods, all of those things are private property, and you have no right to tell me what I can and can't do with it. So long as I don't violate the non-aggression principle or violate individual rights.
Oh, you've violated it 10 times to Sunday, but Swede, you're usually pretty quiet on your side, so we'll see what your audio levels look like. But yeah.
So 3-on-1 wasn't enough. We had to bring in the economist that's got PhD.
Oh no, this is the person I've wanted you to speak to since moment one.
Yeah,
Let's see how
I think-
it is. 4-on-1. Let's see how it is.
Yeah.
I think Kat and I will probably take a step back. I won't speak for you,
Yeah.
Kat, but you know, I
No,
figure we'll take a
we're
step
on the same
back
page
and
here.
let Irish go at this for a little bit.
All right.
We don't want to. We're not trying to dogpile you, is what I'm saying.
I have long wanted you to have a conversation with Swede.
You brought in a PhD on me, so I mean, like, you know, it is what it is. But I'll do the best I can to try and
I don't have a
argue
PhD.
my
Just dual
philosophical
masters.
beliefs.
Yeah.
I have
Oh,
a
just
master's.
masters. Okay, so we're similarly educated. Just I'm educated in counseling.
Yeah, his is economics and finance.
I have an
if-
associate's degree in economics. It's worthless.
If it makes anyone feel better, I have no degree whatsoever.
Wither just got
I'm just-
got bingo.
Yeah, I'm just some fucking
Thanks,
pothead.
income. I need that before I get destroyed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just some fucking pothead that has spent way too much time online. You know, so yeah.
Congratulations to your bingo. Also, a shout out to Rev. I think it was Rev, who somebody kept mentioning carpetbaggers, and mad props to and whoever it was that kept yelling carpetbaggers in chat. I didn't get a chance to shout you out, but yeah, you fucking
Sounds like spamming.
Fabian was in fact advocating for carpetbaggery. 100%. Yeah. Oh, it was facts. Nice. All right, facts. And yeah, with that, Swede, what do you have to say?
How is your arbitrator in every instance not the state?
Because they don't have a monopoly on violence, number one, and under my system, it's voluntary. So it's voluntary and it's a lack of a monopoly. So with competition and voluntarism, both as portions of this process, it's very different than a state. It may not fit your definition of a state, and I understand that like different political philosophies have different definitions of what encapsulates a state, right? Just like they have different definitions of, you know, a multitude of variables. But at least under it's logically consistent and sound from this perspective, under a constitutional minarchism, because it is 100% voluntary and there's competition.
So if somebody doesn't want to be part of that arbitration, they can just do whatever they want and not worry about it.
Well, they just don't use the private property in such a means that would force them into an arbitration clause, right? So don't drive on the road that has the arbitration company that you dislike. Don't, you know, sign a rental agreement with an arbitration company that you
Could I
don't
just
like.
buy the
So
arbitration company?
you totally could. You totally could.
And then I could
That would
lock.
affect
Then I
insurance.
could assure that I'm going to win every arbitration, right?
No, because there's competition within the market. So you're saying I buy a rental prop?
I'll just regulatory capture in your system. It's no big deal. As long as I acquire enough wealth, I can engage in the same anti-competitive regulatory capture methodologies that current systems utilize.
I don't agree that you would be able to.
Why not? I can just buy it.
Purchase all of them, because then a new arbitration company would occur. The moment you buy all of the arbitration companies and then you start,
I don't need to control 100%. I just need to control 90%.
okay, so you control 90%, right?
Okay.
Now you've created an incredibly cost prohibitive thing for every single business that is using your arbitration company that is ruling unfairly,
I won't.
unjustly.
I won't make
the
it.
Insurance
Yeah.
costs now go up for all of those companies.
What if I
now
buy the
you've
insurance
made
company
it
too?
Cost prohibitive to use you as an arbitration.
What if I buy the insurance
Instead-
company too?
Well, I mean, how are you going to?
Bill Gates
maintain
already owns the majority of the
vertical
fucking
monopoly?
land in this farmland in this fucking country. You think a robber baron can't pull this off?
Again.
Like the likes of which we have seen in our U.S. history. Like this is easy market capture territory.
Monopolies have almost exclusively been created for or supported by government. The judicial system is a great example of that. The judicial system specifically makes it cost prohibitive in order to sue someone the larger the amount of wealth they have, which is not true under an arbitration system. So because the judicial system makes it cost prohibitive to actually get corporations to be punished via tort the way that they should be, the very judicial system supports the idea of monopolies, and that's just one example.
Did you know that there is an entire industry in this country that is forcibly under the arbitration system?
Well, those are forced arbitration agreements. That's not the same thing. When you have a forced arbitration agreement
Not
with a
necessarily,
company that's
because-
working in the interests
I could
of
choose
the
not to work
corporation.
in that industry. So
You
it's not
absolutely
forced.
could, and you should. You absolutely could, and you should. You should fight against corporations that are forcing arbitration agreements with companies that are hired by the corporation. That's not That's not a voluntary contract. That's arbitration in name only because they're bought and paid for by the
But it's not
corporation
cheaper.
to argue in their favor.
It's not cheaper though.
Well, again, the system is not the system I'm describing.
It's still an arbitration system. It's not cheaper.
Okay, but you're just saying it's not. You're saying that something that is similar is not as good as something else. Like that's not an argument. I'm not saying anything about that.
You're describing the exact thing that the financial services industry lives under, and it's actually more expensive than trial court.
I mean, you'd have to maybe educate me specifically on what it is that you're talking about, because when you're talking about the arbitration agreements that I'm thinking of individuals that work for a company and that company hires an arbitrator, right? That's extremely different and radically different than an arbitrator being a non-biased third party that deals in all manners of court proceedings and for the most part replaces the judicial system, right? Like these are two totally different things, and you're saying, well, it's not cheaper than the judicial system, but you're arguing, at least from my understanding, and I know that you work in the financial industry heavily and that you have a lot of knowledge. So if you could tell me how they are the same and how I'm wrong in this sense, but I'm fairly certain they're
arbitration is not paid for by the companies. It's a panel made of 2 insiders and 3 outsiders. Basically, is the layman's way to describe it.
Okay.
And they are paid by an SRO, which is not affiliated with anybody in this. SRO stands for Self-Regulatory Organization, known as FINRA. So they get paid no matter what. They get paid no matter how they decide. They get paid the same, no matter what way they rule. However, it is just it's the same independence that
I'm arguing for. Okay, I'm listening.
And from that, the whole process of it's still the same whole process that you go through in the trial courts. You have discovery, you have depositions, you have all of these things that go on to make sure that people are telling the whole truth, nothing but the truth, yada yada yada. You get the point on that.
Right.
And it basically goes through, and the arbitrators decide instead of a jury. They act, and their decisions are binding. There's a very, very limited way in which you can appeal. There are certain ways you can appeal, like you find out one of the arbitrators was one of the guy's cousins.
Right. Well, you said two of them are insiders, so they're obviously a little bit biased.
No, they're just industry insiders, so that.
Right, but they would argue in favor of the industry itself, right? Like, I mean, there's a certain.
It could be a customer. It could be a customer who has had a long-time customer who has extensive investment experience.
Okay, cool. So your argument is that what is your argument? Is that it's more expensive?
It's actually been much more expensive for us within that regard than it has been able to just go through trial court. We would love to go through trial court.
Right.
We would love to have that option, but we don't.
Okay, so in what way? So first of all, I'd love to see the data that it doesn't necessarily match with my ideological presuppositions, but I'm not afraid to abandon them when they're wrong, right? So I'd love to see the data that breaks down what portion a trial costs, like how much it costs to, what percentage it costs to hire a judge, a bailiff, the property of the courthouse, the parking lot of the courthouse, like an extensive study that shows just how expensive, one trial is, as opposed to like just lawyers' fees, right? Because what you're talking about in terms of it's more expensive, you also have to calculate for the state taking money from the American people in order to prop up a judicial system that is paid for by tax dollars. So it doesn't sound like that would be true, but at the same time, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'd love to look at why I'm wrong.
We pay through FINRA to make sure that the arbitrations are standing and withholding, because that's just another state.
How is it just another state if it's voluntary and you have competition?
We all get together and agree on how we govern ourselves. That's a state.
If you could choose to not do business, you could choose to not do business with them, right?
That's not always the case.
You're forced to not, and you don't get to count the state forcing you to, right? So you're forced to, you have no individual choice in whether or not you work with these individuals.
Yeah, it happens all the time in the healthcare industry.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the healthcare industry.
Well, I'm giving you an example of you don't always get to choose who you work for and who is doing a service for you. And okay. I have a very prime example of this from me last year.
Yeah, of course. You're bringing out an outside argument that isn't pointed to my question, right? You're trying to break down the argument that I have with outside information that is a false dichotomy. We're not talking about the healthcare industry. Right, so I'm trying to get to the actual argument here and not use logical fallacies. So, are you forced to? Is your company forced to do business with the individual, or could your company, notwithstanding government action and notwithstanding government action that forces you to have a fiduciary responsibility, shareholders, and it's a very complicated situation, but it's not voluntary because of the actions of the state, right? So the state is the one that forces you to work within the fiduciary responsibility and has all these regulations and all these, different things. I'm presuming, right, because I'm obviously not an expert like you are in this field. I'm just trying to catch up, right? But it sounds like, what's that?
Just go to the Caymans. You don't have to.
Right. You're saying you can say you could do
the United States. You can just go to the Caymans.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You go to some tax shore.
He's making the same argument of leave your fucking mountain town. Just leave.
Yeah, just leave.
You don't have to be in this market.
That makes it a more moral system if you have choice.
But except the point is you don't really have the choice.
What's that? I'm sorry. You both were talking, so I want to.
The choice is dictated by wealth.
What do you mean by that? Could you be more specific?
If you have no wealth, you have no choice.
Well, I don't know if you were listening earlier in the way that I described individual constitutional rights and the idea of freedom of movement, right? But that would, in effect, solve that problem, right? But it's still in market production. Well, I'm not an anarcho-capitalist. I don't. Maybe you missed that portion. I'm a constitutional minarchist.
Okay.
Right? So I believe in a vastly reduced.
You believe in the state. You're just arguing against.
It's complicated because I'm part of a duo stream that is with an anarcho-capitalist. It's also complicated because I hope that anarcho-capitalism is possible. I advocate towards going towards that direction and then eventually, hopefully, getting there. It's kind of part of the name and Fabian.
They need to get their own fucking word.
here's my argument against anarcho-capitalism. You own an acre.
Mm-hmm.
You have free and clear. I buy the legally, however you want to define legally, the 8 acres surrounding you, throw up a cell phone transmitter that blocks all cell phone calls from you, and wait you out till you die.
Well, I mean, that's obviously violating the non-aggression principle.
No, it isn't. I'm not performing any violence against you.
Yeah.
First of all, are you allowing me freedom of movement through your land? Number one.
It's
can I leave my
property.
land?
You are trespassing if you step on my ground.
Yeah.
All right, so number one, you violated my rights of freedom of movement, so you've aggressed upon me, right? Number two, you are doing certain things from a Lockean sense that would be, acts of war.
If you wanted greater access to movement, then you should have purchased those rights of way to start with. What about arbitration agreements?
Now you're just making memes against what I said earlier and creating another.
Dude, you literally,
fallacy.
I'm sorry, you memed the shit out of yourself when you argued for price fixing and profiteering in like disaster scenarios. I was done then. Like, are you shitting me? You literally argued against your own NAP.
I did not. I think you.
Hey, I'm sorry. You're dying due to lack of access to water in the middle of this flood situation we've got going on here. But my bottles of water are $15. So if you don't want your family to die, well then, too fucking bad. Pay what you owe, bitch. I'm sorry. You already memed the shit out of your own ideology.
Well, that's a mischaracterization of what I was of
you literally said it was good that you can do profiteering in disaster situations.
Absolutely, but then you're mischaracterizing what profiteering in disaster situations would look like under an anarcho-capitalist system. See, the difference is that
it would look like company towns and chattel slavery.
No, but that company towns and chattel slavery have nothing to do with disaster response corporations, right? Now you're just taking, again, more false dichotomies in an effort to make me sound silly.
You were the one who argued this, not me. You literally sat there and espoused how amazing it was that you could do this.
Yes. And again, I can explain.
How would the person dying of starvation and thirst be any different, no matter what economic system there is? You're telling me that
How would it be different in any other? Exactly. I would ask you the exact same question because your question isn't pointed towards the concept. Your question is pointed towards the pathos argument of a person dying and starving, and the assumption that my system would be less apt to help that individual. Right. So you've created a presupposition and then created an ethos argument that is not connected to all.
All I have to do is find the correct price on the MBMC curve, and whoever dies. As long as I make the appropriate amount of profit.
Do you think that anarcho-capitalism forces out all forms of charity or cooperation? Do you think that humans just become individualistic, Ayn Randian psychopaths that hate all people if they?
The fact that we have the terminology of Randian objectivism associated with laissez-faire capitalism and anarcho-capitalism probably is an indicator. Yeah.
Well, there's indication that things such as psychopathy and narcissistic personality disorder are on the rise as countries tend towards individualism. But it's a correlational study. We don't actually have any deep means of understanding whether or not that would be the same under, let's say, a stateless society. Right now, so I mean,
well, the fact that you can you can start those studies at the Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology, Volume 2, page 811. You can find your first two studies on a global analysis, comparing hyper-individualistic versus communalistic and rates of empathetic responses amongst them. And you can start that correlative study there and find that, in fact, yes, under capitalistic modalities of operation, you have higher rates of individualistic response, and those higher rates of individualistic response are directly correlated to lower rates of empathetic response in the greater social milieu.
Absolutely, and the greatest example of this is suicidality, generalized anxiety disorder, depression, and and increased narcissistic personality disorder and empathy responses in South Korea, right? As South Korea industrialized. That doesn't mean that causation is correlation, and that doesn't mean that you get to paint a blanket statement of individualism or capitalism and then say that all forms of it have the exact same correlates because they're similar.
No, this is a human problem, not capitalism. This is a human problem, and capitalism encourages this human problem. It's fuel to the fire.
I disagree.
This is a more fundamental issue than just capitalism.
Right. Well, it's the same as like hierarchies.
We're talking human psychology at this point.
Okay.
Which is far more fundamental.
Okay.
But things that encourage higher rates of things that encourage that higher rate of hyper individualistic behavior are going to add fuel to the fire as far as lack of empathetic responses go vis-a-vis situations where one may engage in profiteering in the middle of a hurricane.
Dan, you haven't made the argument that these two things are causal. You've only made the argument that similar things are correlated, right? You can't then create causality from something different, right? Like that's
how can we achieve your see, that's the thing. We will never achieve causality in your by your rubric. So how can we achieve causality for your rubric?
I mean, there's a lot of you can.
How can we achieve? No. How do I prove it's causal? How do I prove it?
What do you, I mean, there's.
How do I prove there's a causal relationship there? How do I clear your rubric?
I would say 0.85 or higher correlation, and isolate for an extreme amount of variables. So good sign.
Why not 0.4, which is like heritable?
Because at 0.85 you're talking about an extremely strong correlation, and you can almost certainly know that it's causal.
0.4
right?
is an extremely strong correlation.
It is, right? But I'm talking about with the introduction of isolating variables, right? So 0.4 causal, as you begin to isolate variables, will likely rise.
Adjusting for all variables within the human genome, 0.4 is amongst the strongest correlations. So you're
asking for over twice what would be solid.
No, you're not saying causal. You're saying statistically significant, right? To say that something has causal just because it has 0.4, I can give you a perfect example right now. There is an extremely high correlational link between individuals' age and how many palm trees are in the county that they live in. That doesn't mean that old people are planting palm trees. It doesn't mean that young people are out destroying palm trees. Just because they're highly correlated, extremely highly correlated, a lot more than 0.4 in when you break down the math, doesn't mean that it's causal. What occurs is that as people age, they prefer warmer climates and they tend to amass wealth, which means they tend to retire to places that have palm trees, right? So causation and correlation are not the same thing, and you cannot infer correlation.
You know they actually planted them in California, right? You know they're not a native species.
Well, okay, yes. I mean, technically, but it's not the old.
They caused them. They literally caused them. You just like,
all right,
bro.
All right, you fucking. All right, look. I'll take the L on that one. Right? But you understand the concept.
I understand the concept, but you just said, "Oh no, shotguns don't harm anybody," and you just pointed at your face and pulled the trigger. Like, not a great allegory to run with on that one.
Kill people.
Okay, correlation that proves causation within like certain strata, like for the human genome, is 0.4. I mean, I'm telling you.
I'm not talking about human.
I know, but I'm telling you, I'm asking you to justify why 0.85 when I can tell you that there's
it's an arbitrary number because I was demanded to give one.
Well, because I couldn't see how I could clear your rubric, period. That because understanding how scientific terminology works and causality and causation and correlation and vice versa operates within the scientific milieu versus how it operates in common day reality are two entirely separate things. And applying that scientific rubric to an everyday conversation, I want numbers then. If we're going to apply a scientific hard science rubric to something that we're discussing, then I want hard fucking numbers.
But you're asking for an arbitrary number that I don't have available right now. Here's the thing. The p-value changes the fucking ANOVA, right? Like, it depends on how it depends on a multitude of variables, right? You can't just look at a few instances and then say these things are similar and there seems to be a high correlation between them. Therefore, your thing that is similar to this other thing that has a high correlation will absolutely cause this thing. It's absurd and it's unscientific, right? Like, I'd have to look at the studies. I'd have to look at what the p-values were, right? I'd have to look at what is the statistical significance.
Then here's your homework. Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology, Volume 2, page 811. Start there. Then I want you to study the psychological studies. NIH has a few good studies published on circles of empathy and empathetic response within individualistic versus communalistic societies. Do your homework, come back, we'll have that conversation. Until then, we're not allowed to have that conversation because we have to move on because nobody's caught up to date on the latest research, so we can't even begin to have the conversation. Cool. Moving forward.
You're going to patronize me and give me homework.
Dude, that's what you just did. You gave yourself homework.
If you're going to patronize me and give me homework, then you should check out Chaos Theory from the Mises Institute, right?
Cool.
I got to read what you believe. You should read what I believe, right?
Chaos Theory, Mises Institute. Done.
Yeah.
Oh, God, the first thing that comes up is critical race theory in our weaponized schools, if you search for this, by the way.
Okay, for the record, I have no idea why that's coming up.
That is
I have a very different idea on critical race theory.
Mises.org, library, critical race theory, Radio Rothbard, critical race theory in our weaponized school. First link that comes up if you search for it.
You did not. Hold on. I want to see that now. Hold on. I want to see if that's actually true. Fucking conservatives and their obsession with critical race theory. Just fucking advocate for school choice and you don't have to worry about it. So stupid. So sick of hearing about CRT.
I think conservatives are giving their kids too much credit and thinking that they're actually going to get into grad school, which is the only place that critical race theory is actually discussed.
And I'm not going to.
It's a sociological lens. Like you need structural functionalism, symbolic interactionism. Open systems theory. You don't just use CRT to explain history. If you do, you're a shitty sociologist.
Oh, did that not? Oh, fucking heck. Just did that the wrong way entirely.
Yeah, I'm not getting that at all when I Google that, for the record.
Upload, because I'm not showing that on my main screen. That is one of my main screens.
What's your pick, Irish Swede?
That's Calvin and Hobbes.
Oh, okay, cool. It's hard to tell because it's so small. I was just curious.
That's Calvin and Hobbes being scared of a snow monster.
Oh, I see it now. It's adorable.
I grew up in the era when Bill Watterson was drawing.
Dude, okay, first of all, what in the hell is going on with your search algorithm, sir?
It's DuckDuckGo. It's not algorithmically driven.
Oh, sorry. I use Yandex and Google when I can't find it on Yandex. Let me check out DuckDuckGo. That's crazy. It's so absurd. I'm
finding lots of causal studies between increased individualism and mental illness.
Of course there is.
I mean, like tons. PubMed, National Institute of Health.
Oh, Rabbit. Fucking, I mentioned you earlier, actually. What were you gaming the other night, Rabbit? You went fucking live pretty late. I saw your notice go up. I swear I was in bed all day. No, I mean, technically you could probably mark Rabbit deployed. We didn't really deploy Rabbit, but I did mention him. I don't know. Is Chaos Theory 2 Essays on Market Anarchy the one that we should be looking at?
What's that?
Well,
Sorry, I was-
okay, Mises only has so much stuff on their website. Chaos Theory, 2 essays on market anarchy. Is that the one?
Yeah. It's an interesting read. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's an interesting read on like how arbitration agreements work. It's like looking at issues of arbitration agreements and how they could work in specific scenarios that are often brought up against using the system.
I don't mean to.
So is the only problem with my property example the fact that all ways of exit were blocked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
No, not at all.
okay, so
You agree-
I
no,
buy
no.
enough property that you have to walk 700 miles to get out.
Oh, Adia, thank you for the resub, by the way.
I mean, why would you?
Oh, and Rabbit, just FYI, a whole bunch of indigenous communities were Stalinists. Just FYI. Somebody made the assertion that gift economies were Stalinist. And just so you know, because I know there was a whole bunch of indigenous communities that ran like basically functionally gift economies. So I just wanted to let you know. I want to catch you up to date in the latest anthropological research, since I know you're a professor of anthropology and all, that there's been some updates made. And a whole bunch of your like ancestors and topical studies need updated on this matter. They were Stalinists, in fact. Just FYI. Wanted to catch you up, Rabbit.
All I can imagine is like a Native American hunting party coming over the hill, like to share like the fruits of the hunt with like hunched over deer over their shoulders. These burly men finally coming to like share with the entire group, and just the Russian national anthem playing as they come over the top of it.
I would
Share
like
the
to.
gulag with you.
Yeah. Mao is also a Stalinist, just FYI. Everything is Stalin. Everything is Stalin. Everything that is like left, post-capitalist, or anti-capitalist is Stalinist. These statements were unequivocal. It was astounding. But so anything that is post or anti-capitalist and all of the left is Stalinist. Gift economies, Stalinist. Just FYI. Psycom,
Anarcho-syndicalism, Stalinist.
Yeah, Psycom, take care of yourself, man. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hitting the air. If Rabbit's here, it means I probably need to go to bed. Yeah, I've heard many descriptors of Stalin. Gift giver is not one of them.
Well, the gift is death.
Gulag. I gift unto you Gulag.
I gift unto you a visit from the NKVD.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting take early on. I still haven't quite recovered.
Same guy just keeps going. I mean, this guy is a keyboard warrior.
I gift you the Holodomor.
Oh, you see, Holodomor didn't happen. You Western imperialist.
Oh, we have a CIA plant?
Yeah, that's definitely CIA propaganda right there.
Fabian's a CIA plant? Oh my goodness.
Yep, confirmed here. Fabian Liberty. If you check out their channel, CIA plants, 100% confirmed. You can ask any tanky; they'll tell you the same. Now, if you want to trust a tanky with analysis of anything, that's up to you.
You ever wonder why they don't defend Pol Pot?
Honestly, I've heard them defend Hitler, so I'm sure somebody's defended Pol Pot, right? Right? Like, there's one of these idiots had to have done it by now. I mean...
Is Pol Pot, like, the best example of somebody trying to be Ann Prim?
I mean, he gave it a go, didn't he? No, because it depends on your it depends on your prim definition, because most of them, from what I understand, are anti-agriculture, and he was fine with agriculture. So Pol Pot was sort of like he was like limp dick, small dick energy in that territory,
Yeah,
right? He should have gone
wanted to
further.
return to an agrarian society.
Yeah, that whole agrarianism, that's no
But
es
if you wore
bueno.
glasses, they shot you.
I just fucking, yeah, he had some interesting ones for sure.
I think per capita he wins.
Yeah. I mean, he's in contention either way. Like,
The weird thing about Fabian, about our positions is we're all, we all have things that you and I and Kai, we have things that we can agree on. Yes, individual liberty is important to a point. We have limits to it, different limits, and things. But it's these tankies. I just don't understand.
Tankies are tankies are the same as like QAnon for the left as QAnon is to the right. You just sort of like look at them and go, how the fuck did we spawn that?
I think the term we might be looking for is strange bedfellows.
That'll work. I see. That's the thing. They're not even bedfellows. As an anarchist,
Us.
yeah. Oh, yeah. For yeah. Like as an anarchist, like that's I really do try and like communicate that with my community on a regular basis. The history, like if you count yourself as an anarchist, your history as an anarchist should teach you never trust a tanky. Never. They are never to be trusted. Stalinists, Maoists, Leninists, Marxists, Trotskyists, Huxleyists, you fucking name it. Like, they cannot be trusted. This is, you want to know how the revolution ends for the anarchist community in that milieu? It ends with a bullet to the back of your fucking skull. All right, this is the history of our interactions as communities, right? Lenin literally artillery shelled the fucking anarchist club of Moscow. They machine gunned anarchists that tried to flee the building at the time. All right,
Yeah, I don't understand anarchists or people that have certain points of view, and their design is like we'll increase state power. And then that will somehow get us to where we want to go, where we have more freedom. It's like even if you're doing it, like I disagree, but I understand it with certain programs, right? Like I get that, like, there are people on your side of the fence that let's say want like a single payer system or something like that. Like I understand. I disagree with it, obviously, but I understand that increase in state power. But like the fascists and the tankies that are like, oh, we'll just elect people in that will take massive amounts of power and they'll enforce our cultural ideas and it'll be great. And it's like, no, they're gonna fucking kill you. What are you doing?
Exol.
Well, we don't understand nationalism either. Like, I don't understand just this weird idea of, and I don't even know how to describe it. It's just this weird thing of we're neighbors, so therefore we should be.
This is why I'm a post-left, post-anarchist, right? Step back. It doesn't mean leaving the left. It just means take a step back in a different axial direction and conduct some anarchistic analysis. Use your lens of analysis that is anarchism. Look at the left and say, all right, hang on. Just because we're inhabiting some of the same neighborhoods doesn't mean you're invited into my house. All right? Like, that's not how this shit works. Yeah, and Exel, I'm kind of in that camp as well, and to what Fabian said, I advocate for it. I got this idea from a French socialist by the name of Gors, and I've talked about this before, that there is a methodology that one could implement using something like housing as a right, UBI, and universal single-payer healthcare, that you can construct a dual power system to actually escape the power of the state, utilizing the power of the state. It's tricky, but it's doable. And it just takes, one, education. Anarchists are educators. 50% of what we do is education. So it takes a whole bunch of education, but that's something anarchists are really comfortable doing. So I'm not too concerned in that regard. But the fact of the matter is if you don't have to worry about your housing, if you don't have to worry about your health care, and if you have at least a stipend that makes sure that you're not going to fucking starve next month, now you have time to actually construct those dual power systems. So you have time to build the community library, you have time to do the community gardens, you have time to do volunteer at the free clinic as a doctor, as a nurse, as whatever. You can do the, you know, sort of communal educational methodologies. All those are mutual aid programs that are Prodonian in nature. You now have time to construct because, again, see the 3 tent poles of oppression essay. That you know, the number 2 is keep you on the financial hamster wheel, and this is the thing. If you're not familiar with this essay, I talk about it all the time. It's one of my essays. Fabian is the 3 tent poles of oppression. I did do American in sort of in parentheses because, you know, it's largely an American issue, but it applies elsewhere. 1, poverty of philosophy. 2, financial hamster wheel, and 3, fear of the police state. Right? These are the 3 tent poles of oppression as far as I see it. 1, you don't have the tools necessary of analysis. The poverty of philosophy. You don't know how you're getting fucked. You know you're getting fucked. You're just, well, some people know they're getting fucked. Some people
Can I
are.
say something that I think is funny? It's hilarious how much we agree on the problems.
It's our
and how much
solutions. Yeah.
Because my channel, you know, advocates almost exclusively that the first thing we have to do is get rid of the public education system, and then we have to move towards privatized education and get rid of the Department of Education so that we can stop having a poverty of philosophy, as you put it. And it's just hilarious because our solutions are radically different, and
See,
at the
I don't-
same time we're
Yeah.
looking at the exact same problem.
Well, but that's, again, at least there used to be honor in opposition. And that is something that I do think that both the right and the left need to sort of... If you don't believe it's okay to put a gun in my face and hold me hostage, I can have the conversation. My conflict, the hill I will die on as an anarchist is authoritarianism. And this is where there is a distinction. I see capitalism as a form of authoritarianism. And this is where our conflicts will grow from, because a lot of your solutions utilize free market principles, laissez-faire capitalism, these sorts of things, and this is where our conflict will come from, where it'll rise. But the fact of the matter is yeah, our analysis is going to be very similar. And
I just completely disagree with the fact a society that whereby your ability to be free is either dictated by where you're born and to whom you're born, or your ability to create something that the market loves, whether or not they actually need it.
And you're free to use, like, again, all of my stuff is licensed under Creative Commons licensing, so you're free to use. The only thing I require is attribution, but I mean, if you want to use that 10 poles, like, it's a very well put together piece, if I say so myself. And if you want to just,
I heard the tail end of it. It sounded like you did a pretty good job at least on the police state.
it's yeah.
I didn't hear the first 2. You know what I mean? So I don't think there was a single disagreement on the police state between you and I.
Yeah. If you get the bootlickers, there's the link in chat. If you get the bootlickers and you just want to do that, feel free. But yeah, it's very much about the poverty of philosophy, the financial hamster wheel, and that's the capitalism portion of it, is the financial hamster wheel aspect. But then, you know, of course, the fear of the police state bullshit as well.
2 out of 3 ain't too bad.
If you agree on the police,
It's better
state,
than the GOP.
Then critical race theory is something that needs to be talked about on the same thing.
See,
the police state itself is a method of racial oppression.
Here's where this is sort of like, this is, you do meme drop in the middle of the room just to fuck with people and be like, you know what, they're right. What? You know, the left will freak out, the right will freak out. It's like, you know, you're right. They're being entirely race reductionist, and we should have more of an intersectionalist conversation. You know, white supremacy and racist systems are an aspect, and they are a large contributing aspect. But if we isolate the conversation only to that one aspect, then we're doing us all a disservice, and we're ignoring other characteristics of the oppressive system. And we need to have a far more intersectionalist conversation than just that.
I mean, I agree.
CRT agrees
Maybe.
with you.
I agree, but I would zoom out more, right? I think you're saying like, hey, we should have more of a critical theory. We should look at all of critical theory, right? Like, you're saying critical theory, critical race theory, intersectionalism, feminist theory, queer theory, right? I personally
in class,
think
don't leave class out of it. Money
you said
matters.
class?
Money matters.
No, that's the original. That critical theory is Marxist philosophy, right? So it originally is a class. Critical theory mainly focuses on class, like the writings of critical theory, like early critical theory is
Yeah, I don't
class-based.
use Marx as my foundational for anything.
Well, regardless, that's what critical theory is.
I mean,
It's
poverty
not-
of
it's
poverty
not
of
Marx,
philosophy
it's
is a
Marxist
Marxian turn of phrase as well, and I don't have any aspect of Marxian philosophy in it whatsoever.
Okay, but regardless, that's what critical theory is based off of.
And Rabbit's making a distinction that critical theory actually grew out of critical race theory, that the order of operations is different there.
Yes and no. It's he's not wrong, but he's wrong in terms of like its representation in academia, right? So critical race theory was first and critical theory was second, but you didn't find critical race theorists in the 1990s being represented in academia, right? But there was a massive amount of critical theorists in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, right? So like he's not wrong in terms of like the growth of it, but most people consider critical theory to be like the group that all of these other philosophies come from. But getting back, I was just say like the fact that we're only looking at it from a critical race theory or critical theory is reductionist in and of itself, right? Like why are we not looking at it from a structural functionalist perspective? It's a very right-wing kind of GOP traditionalist look, but it's an important one to take. Why are we not looking at it from a symbolic interactionalist perspective, right? Or open systems theory, right? The fact that we're teaching CRT is like the fucking end-all be-all of is like a meta-narrative to explain history is fucking stupid because it's just one lens to view history. And at the same time, it's a good lens to view history sometimes. Like racism and history of oppression matters. If you think it doesn't, like you're just a disingenuous asshole.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, Yeah, sure. Yes. LMAO, weren't you the same person that said fucking Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk pay huge amounts of taxes? Aren't you now arguing that the rich people don't pay any taxes? Aren't you the same person? Just
He wasn't he?
yeah.
He
Like
explained. It's okay. He explained now.
I would also argue that critical race theory also agrees that it's not the only thing, but it's a way to view things to inform the greater.
Oh yeah, I mean, like they obviously adopted Mills's sociological imagination, and that's the point of CRT. But I think there's a difference between like undergraduate educated teachers in middle school teaching a policy from a bunch of educators that don't understand sociology that wrote, and like what it is in academia, right? Like there's a disconnect here. And I think it's psychologically damaging to young children, right? I think it's something you need to wait until you're
what people think is being taught in middle school.
Well, you also got a bunch of right-wing reactionaries that watch Fox News and they hear about Loudoun County, Virginia, teaching kindergartners math via slave auctions, and they go, "What the fuck are they teaching my kids?" And it's like, yeah, that's really dumb, but that's like one school. It's not really what's being taught like in America. And at the same time, I do think it is psychologically damaging to children, right? I think you need to wait until people are at a certain level of critical thinking, like the stage 4 of PhD development.
Betray. Come on. I love the different areas of expertise our community has. Fucking Mitre asked Fabian, so you've studied pedagogy, have you?
No.
I'm just waiting for-
Mitre's a master's level teacher like a librarian and
No,
teacher.
but
and,
I mean, you can. I've studied sociology.
always
My
amusing.
grandmother's a sociologist, and I mean, I have one of my undergraduate degrees in sociology, and so I mean, I'm not like an expert or anything, but I know more than the average bear, and I know what CRT is, and then I see some of the school's policies, and then I see how they're acted out, and I realize that there's a disconnect between these three things. So, have I studied education? No, not at all. But I mean, it doesn't take. That's not where I'm drawing the knowledge from. I'm drawing from knowing about sociology and knowing that what they're teaching isn't fucking critical race theory. It's
Wither. Continue amongst yourselves.
he said, "Oh, sociology, that thing that isn't educating."
I'm tapping it as Kai's surrogate. I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
I don't know. I've only been to a few streams.
Yeah, and Wither's right that the differences in education between, say, where I live in Omaha, Nebraska, and LA, and PS 104 in Manhattan are too great for us to be able to really say anything is really being taught anywhere other than a very specific place that it is.
Wither, I will try and find you a copy of this, but I didn't forget, right? My Kai operates on a different time, like iteration of time than a lot of you. It's what happens when you don't like have to deal with a day job. It's interesting what happens with a little bit of freedom in your sense of time. But Wither, I know you asked about anarchistic pedagogies. There's a book. Remember, I said I knew I had a book somewhere in my collection. I set it aside, and yes, it is a collection of things. It's essentially an edited book, but it's Robert Hayworth, probably. Collective Actions, Theories, and Critical Reflections on Education. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff in here, and it is actually exceedingly well sourced. The amount of PhDs that contributed to this book is kind of disturbing. Jesus. Yeah. So I will try and find you a copy of this, Wither, and see if we can't go from there, because I know you were interested in that.
Meat Ray's mad. Meat Ray's mad at me for having an opinion on education without studying.
Meat Tray.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Meat Tray.
It's a British and Australian thing. You go to the pub, you buy a raffle ticket while you're getting drunk, and they raffle off trays of meat.
That sounds amazing.
It's a British. It comes from Britain, but Australia still does it. Yeah. Go down to the pub, get drunk, go home with a few ribeyes and maybe a flank.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. It's an interesting tradition.
Here.
What was that, Cat?
I'm just surprised that I had a thing here.
In some Midwest, the Midwest still does it to some extent. Like I know I know like the sort of they're probably not Midwest, but like Minnesotan sort of shit.
Midwest.
Yeah, they get up to that occasionally.
I think this country hates Britain enough that we just got rid of it because it was too British.
That's entirely possible.
Messes me because it's it just screams American tradition. That it should have been.
Well, it's like our spelling. We got rid of you.
As anybody should have. I'm sorry. Catch up. Story Girl, who is also Australian. My best meat tray win was about 3 kilograms of meat.
God damn.
Yeah. It's an interesting cultural tradition that they still are doing in Australia. And I know Britain still does it. It's not as common in the urban centers, but it's still a thing.
All these keto dudes, you need to catch up and start doing some meat trays.
Well, that's
Do
more.
they give you anything to like eat with your meat, like dips?
Yeah, that's more of a carnivore diet thing. The Jordan Petersons of the world could get in on that one. Yeah.
I actually pity that.
No
guy.
comment. No comment on that diet.
What, you're saying eating exclusively meat and nothing else is not great?
My opinion, and this is coming from someone who is wholly uneducated on dietary concerns, is that I could see it being very effective as an elimination diet, right? But doing that for an extended period of time, I don't care how many liver supplements you're eating. Like, that doesn't
Which diet are you talking about?
The carnivore diet.
carnivore diet.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if you do the keto or carnivore, it's actually a way for diabetic patients to shed pounds really quickly.
Yeah, and it's probably good, like I said, to find out what food doesn't agree with you. You know what I mean? Eliminate everything and then slowly introduce things. So you can find out what fucks with you.
Ketogenic.
I'm married to a food scientist who regularly yells at people who are like, "Oh, I want to try the keto diet." And she looks at him and she's like, "Are you diabetic and do you need to lose weight? Because if not, fuck you."
Well, are they American? Because they probably need to lose weight.
Fair point.
They are
Oh,
on average
God.
probably more diabetic as well.
God, fucking look! I've already pissed. How do I want to say
Checkmate.
this is I was about to just say this, so I'm just gonna say it anyway. If my first instinct was to say this, I'm gonna apologize to anybody who look. If you take offense, sorry, but yeah. Oh great, now we're gonna go piss off the fatties again.
God damn it.
It was my first instinct to say.
You were a good boy tonight, Kai. Come on.
Everybody else has had some
Somewhere-
really shitty takes. Why can't I have a shitty take or two? Come on.
I'm just saying, you got the lefties on your side for this stream because you're shitting on a libertarian. Like it could have,
What? Everybody else
capital there.
everybody else is anarcho skinniists rise up. There.
Somewhere is an incel overweight tanky that is plotting your murder after tonight's stream.
Oh,
So basically, the entire population of r/communism.
Pretty much.
okay,
nailed it.
so yeah, I'll try and find you a copy of that, Willer. I knew I had one in my you mean infrared. I swear to God.
Well, yeah.
That video made me cringe harder than just about anything I have. Marcus, thank you for the gift bombs. Fucking 5 subs to who got him? Big Bear got it. Positive Synergy got it. Oh, M3 got one. Good for him. He's not here, but he got it. Estrella and Botchla. Welcome to the fucking community, Botchla. And then Marcus still fucking dropping biddies and shit. 3,500 biddies. Look at that shit. Unrelated, sorry, but when I did promise to throw bits around when I got my last grades, and with a B+, congratulations, in criminal procedure and a clerkship interview. Fuck yes.
Amazing, dude.
Officially finished my best semester of law school and developed a host of new fears about cops. Congratulations, Marcus.
Oh god, I don't need to be any more afraid of police. Please
How
don't.
much does it take to fucking start a hype train?
Two more need to do things.
All right. You boys need to.
Oh, are we doing a
somebody else.
capitalism tonight?
Yeah, I'm throwing my $5 for like, I don't know, how many hours have I spent on this stream?
I don't know, a bunch. Are we counting
bunch.
Podbean?
We probably shouldn't, but yes. There we go. Fucking, did it go through?
Well, give it a sec.
It says I resubbed.
Oh, well, it hasn't popped yet. You may need to refresh the page. I have had that happen, actually.
All right, well, let me just.
Hey, sweet. Jesus Christ, Swede.
There we go. Boom.
Oh, Hype Train started. Hype Train started.
Cheapskates.
Swede fucking gifted to LMAO first a tier 1 sub, And Kat, thank you kindly for the resub.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Big Bear. Oh yeah, we do. Big Bear, sleep well. We have been known to do weaponized subs. When chuds come through and get very, very angsty about anarchism and leftism and stuff, and then no, I'm not. Fuck, I would never. I'm not. People will gift them subs, and since it puts an anarchist A next to your name automatically as soon as you're a sub, it's like, well, you're one of us now. Sorry, this is how it works. You're an anarchist.
One of us.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
One of us.
I should have trolled more.
Yeah, Zippy. Zippy, thank you for the gift sub to Caboose.
I just gotta
Oh
turn off that
shit!
subscription.
Look at this. Oh we shit.
Hey,
There goes.
Karina gift bombing 5 subs. Who got him? DJ Dialogue. Jack got one. Nick Cesar. I don't know who that is. Capone got one. Good for Capone. And there you go, Fabian. You just got one as well.
there we
Actually,
go.
no,
I'll take an A next to my name.
Mr. LMAO. This is called mutual aid. I'm freely gifting.
Yeah, this isn't capitalism. This is mutual aid. Though Bezos taking his cut is more capitalism.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And that's level 4 hype train. You have like 27% more and you finish it out to level 5 hype train, and that's just the end of it. So congratulations, you've almost done a complete capitalism. Mutual aid to Bezos. Yeah, from what I understand, he's hurting after his divorce. He probably needs the cash. Like, from what I understand, he might not even be allowed back on the planet.
My God.
Swede, that takes it up to 90%. Swede, thank you again. Rabbit getting one. A Story Girl saying that they will take some mutual aid emotes if somebody is handing out some mutual aid. Story Girl is volunteering to be the recipient of some mutual aid emotes.
Well, no, Lada, technically what we're doing is that we're donating to a commodity, and that commodity is Kai. Well, technically the commodity is Twitch, as like an infrastructure, as a system, and then
Sweet.
Kai reaps a portion of that commodity as an independent
Story
contractor.
girl, you now have the option to paste my face in the chat.
Yep.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Argue around it all you want, boys, but you are capitalists and you love it.
Oh, I'm better at capitalism than most people.
That is actually very true.
No, I really am. I'm very good at it.
I am in the field of ultra super duper capitalism.
Yeah, like Swede excels at it. This is the thing. The people who are really good at it, like, you should listen to us when we're talking about how, like, terrible it is. It's like, we're really good at it. And we're sitting here telling you, like, the shit be broken, yo.
Apparently, Dren needs out of Latin America. Oh god.
It's fucking brilliant. Oh my god, I just saw that as you like Dren. You just said Dren, and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't even Sacame de Latino America. Fucking get me out of get me out of Latin America.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, thank you for the 107% hype train, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, Bezos is the best at it. Final boss of capitalism. Help. Quiero un iPhone. Yeah. That's brilliant. Yeah, I do love that petition though, to not let Jeff Bezos back on Earth if he leaves. So far, 25,000 people have signed.
He doesn't have to pay any taxes if he's not in the United States. So if you send him up, his assets are untouchable.
Fucking A. But wait,
Usually I don't. Go ahead.
does piracy come into play then? I'm just saying, like, if his assets are untouchable by the United States, would a private contractor be allowed to potentially expropriate some goods from Mr. Bezos in space? What is that? That's international waters, technically, right?
All of them are like technically electronic, so you would have to get him to sign off the transfer of stock.
Well, what if it was just like his spaceship?
Look at me. I am your source of oxygen now.
Right? Like,
God.
that's what I'm just wondering. Like, what's the international law governing like space vis-a-vis privateering? Like,
Well, privateering would be state sponsored, and then
I'm sure I can find a state that will sponsor it.
You're just extending the arm of the oppression of the state, then.
If it means I get to hijack Jeff Bezos' spaceship while he's in it, there's compromises I'm willing to make.
Yeah. We have to modify
You're
the
a tanky
NAP
when
for
it comes to Bezos.
All
we
I'm
have to
saying is,
modify
if
the
I get to
NAP
be
when there's
the actual first space pirate, look, I'm willing to throw a lot of shit to the wind for history memes here. All right, like the first actual space pirate. I'm just saying that's a hell of a thing. Oh, and thank you kindly to all those that did participate in our little capitalism mutual aid experiment there. Level 5, you get your hype train emotes, and again, if you got a sub out of it, you get to use Irish Swede's face to react to things now. And mine.
Karina, to answer your question, Bezos's money doesn't cause inflation because Bezos's money is not in the M2 pool. It's in the stock market, which is not counted in M1 or M2.
There you go. Yeah.
All the coming stock market crash, and he divests from the
Well,
stock.
I mean,
buys a
people have been
bunch of
calling-
land and then causes the land to inflate.
My favorite people are the people that call for a crash because eventually they'll be right.
Well, yeah.
Point. People have been calling for housing prices to crash for the last 5 years, and that every signal is reminiscent of 2008, except it's not. People in the Blackstone boardroom are laughing at the calls for crashes.
It's fucking hilarious.
Let's see. The international space regulations are based on distance from the surface. Just gotta hang out past that point. Thank you, Rabbit.
Good to know. Also, the story of Drang keeps expanding, and I find it hilarious.
Yeah, I've been sort of following it sometime. Though that last one like lost me, like the Weon one. I don't know what the fuck that means.
He's telling you to go fuck your mother.
Okay,
what Weon means.
but I was gonna say I know what the first part means, but the Weon, I was like, I don't, and I checked it translate. I'm like, I don't. This isn't a thing. Like, I don't know what this means now. No fares, no se habla español.
I think he just sent you his fucking mixtape. That was well produced for making very little that I listened to it.
LMAO's hero, Peter Schiff, literally got caught lying to clients 5 separate times and is currently under investigation for misrepresenting personal portfolio performance, meaning he made shit up when giving them a statement about their performance.
Oh,
that's
Angie.
Exactly what.
Angie, if you're on a browser, you have to refresh the page sometimes. Twitch is weird like that. Sorry, it didn't pop.
Is LMAO?
Isn't that corrupt?
LMAO, whatever the guy in here, is he like unironically saying Peter Schiff is his hero?
Yeah, he told me that I should listen to him and come back to the light because he can teach me everything.
Nice.
No. You're well educated and ideologically possessed. You're too far gone. I won't try and fight for you.
But what he doesn't know is that Peter Schiff has to register with FINRA, and which means all his entire life is documented for me. and all of his crimes against clients are also documented.
Oh, it's funny when you know stuff.
Okay, I'm curious how the conversation started in the first place. How did you have this chat with him?
You just came on.
This was going on while you were talking, and I was DMing this.
Are they still?
This guy, and he got into some tizzy about FINRA being an agent for the government to like falsely claim things against him so that they could shut him up and stuff, not knowing that FINRA isn't even a government organization. It's an SRO.
Caboose. Yeah. Karina, I'm down. I don't know for what yet, but I mean it's gonna be a minute, so I hope you don't have like shit to do tomorrow.
Hilarious.
Can we all just agree that like anytime someone says the government is doing something, that like you should at the very least go, well, it's possible.
Holy shit.
Well, I mean,
Premarital just uploaded to shared content a Nexus mod for Daggerfall.
Daggerfall. Daggerfall.
That is an Alex Jones mod. It lets you become Alex Jones.
Yes.
I want to know what I
Love
want to
it.
know what like the sounds are for when like you're in combat if it does Alex Jones.
God, yes,
Oh
this
my gosh.
the soundboard has to be
Oh my
amazing.
gosh. That's
Okay,
The
so
boss's emotes right there. That's everything.
there you go. All right, so let me try and
Kai.
Yes.
To answer your question on space piracy, if you align yourself with Portugal, Suriname, Chad, or actually several countries in Africa, then you will not be in any way liable for the Space Liability Convention, which was ratified in 1967.
Okay.
And so you may destroy property with impunity.
Suriname is the way to go then. And
Okay.
yep, the Surinamese are based as fuck. They still have a heavy contingent of like OG African slaves that actually fought back and like freed themselves from the yoke of their masters and like escaped into the jungles and shit in Suriname and waged a resistance war. Suriname is pretty based as fuck, quite frankly. And you know, operates in and around the Caribbean region as well. Yeah. Okay, so Surinamese aligned space piracy. Got it.
Well, now, that's only liability for the destruction of the property. Suriname, I believe, has signed on to the Outer Space Treaty, which is a sort of informal collection of laws saying we won't outright steal your shit.
Okay, so who hasn't signed both?
You can go with Greenland.
Greenland is just Denmark, though.
Greenland. Of all places, Greenland.
Well,
Covered under Denmark.
Hey Kai, it was super nice hopping in.
Despite any despite any combativeness, I had fun. Thanks for contributing. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. No, I'm East Coast, so it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Oh damn.
But,
You know you can just move, right?
Morocco.
Morocco. Scott.
Only I could move. You know what? If you guys want to, if Lieberland ever gets the funding it needs, my ass will leave America.
Hey, come to Vegas. We don't have income taxes.
Let's see. That's my plan too. I'm just waiting for these donos to get me out of the States.
Yeah.
Real talk though. Real talk. I'm an every other weekend dad. I have kids. I would never move anywhere where she wasn't.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm piecing the fuck out. I ain't got nothing to worry
Don't.
about.
That's your lesson, kids. Don't breed. Don't do that.
Your mistake.
Yeah, just don't do that. But again, thanks, man. And yeah, stop by anytime.
Yeah, we often stream at the same time. So, but I will.
All right, man. Catch you later. Sleep well.
Peace.
Oh, you could sign on with Turks and Caicos.
Oh, I'm in.
All right.
Okay, so Turks and Caicos, Caribbean pirates in space.
Yeah. Oh, that was why I did it.
Yes.
Yeah. there are
Pirates of
several
the
Caribbean
Caribbean.
islands that have not signed.
Pirates of the Caribbean Part 2, Space.
Space.
Yes. Oh, we're doing it, boys. We're doing it. We're doing space piracy with Caribbean aesthetics.
That's a franchise just waiting to be made.
It really is.
I just wanted to see Johnny Depp with all of his dreads and everything shoving his head into a space helmet.
Oh, God.
Amazing.
He wears the
Look at
pirate
that one.
underwords.
Who's that football player that refuses to take out his dreads?
There's a few of those actually.
Yeah, they just let it wave behind their helmet.
Fucking yeah, I think Richard Sherman's one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a look.
There's
It
quite a
is.
few of them, and you know what? It's declared as part of their uniform, so you can yank them down by it.
That's fucking metal as shit.
All right. Can we freedom of information plans for the space shuttle? For sure. Let's fucking, and we'll like open source that shit too. So I would just want to introduce you to some of the takes that LMAO has had over the course of the stream, Rabbit. There's probably a few that you're gonna find interesting here. There has never been a genocide conducted by leftists apparently, but at the same time, all leftism, every single, and I'll quote here, Stalinism, i.e. the real leftism, yes, Stalinism is literally every single post-capitalist left-wing regime in history, period, and then another period. Stalinism is North Korea, Stalinism is Cuba, Stalinism is USSR and China. I think Mao would like a word. They also said, which is one of my favorites, gift economies are a literal fantasy. We had a gift economy. It was called slavery and feudalism. Those are apparently the same thing. What was the Elon? Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk pay plenty of taxes they actually make.
No, they both pay taxes and don't pay enough taxes.
Yes, because later on, they claimed that rich people don't pay taxes.
Okay.
They've been all over the place. They did a little mild racism for Eastern Europe. They accused Charles Bukowski of being they said, isn't that the mass shooter? And I'm like, Charles Bukowski, the noted poet.
What? Okay.
They're like, the math guy. I'm like, you mean Kaczynski?
Okay.
Yeah, Heinrich Charles Bukowski versus Theodore Kaczynski. And they're like, they literally said Kaczynski, Bukowski, potato.
See, the cherry on top in this is that allegedly this person is also Eastern European.
Yes.
And trying to cite that as a defense for himself.
Find that hard to believe, but okay.
Europeans can't be racist towards each other.
So from Estonia? Okay.
Yes. Modern money came from banks in the 1800s.
Okay, I know where they got that one. All right. Following so far.
Let's see. Oh, my favorite. This is my favorite. This is what got us off on the right foot. They argued that that the MIT software license isn't a license.
Then what is it?
It's a non-license. MIT license is a non-license. And then they said, lol, the MIT license is literally designed to be a permissive license. I'm like,
okay.
yes. So
interesting.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting kind of evening. Then we had License Plate. License Plate was just an unironic infrared stan.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But it's good. he's getting like 200 concurrent viewers these days. I was watching him earlier.
Of course he is. He's a fucking train wreck. I mean, if I had footage of a live car accident on the street side, are you shitting me? Yeah, 1,000 people, but fucking watching it. Like, how do you not watch a train wreck? It's, dude, that was the cringiest video I have seen in a very, very long time. Is him walking down the street full, like, peacock mode. You could tell he's all puffed up, chest, shoulders back, chest out, fucking, literally just random people on the fucking street. I fucking owned Destiny 3 times. Like, bro.
They don't even know who Destiny is.
Who the fuck are you and what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you You're walking down some random promenade, some street in your community, yelling about how you fucking destroyed Destiny in an online debate 3 times, and people are like, dude, cringiest shit I've seen in a long ass time.
Wait, is he literally just walking down a random street,
Yes.
screaming about how he
Yes,
destroyed Destiny?
yes.
You know, we've come a long way with pharmaceuticals, and I think there's something to be said for. I realize big pharma, I know, but they've done some real good in this world, and I think throwing the baby out with the bathwater it comes into play here. That's all I'm saying.
It was.
Rabbit, you'll love the fact of that LMAO also was telling me in DMs that there is no research about mutual aid societies within all the different species.
That's totally true.
You know, social species within the planet Earth, and that even apes, especially great ape societies, which include humans, have notable examples of mutual aid societies all over the place, and that big academia is behind all this, and that there's actually no proof behind anything that big academia lets out.
Entirely correct. Did you not know that?
I want to meet big academia.
You're talking to it right now.
I know.
Shit.
I am a god amongst men. Daily, I walk down the street telling people, you have no idea what I lie about.
But to sit there and he was going, all of academia just lies to do whatever, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Do you have any idea? I am like frickin' Smaug, man. I am sitting on a pile of Bitcoin. It looks like that background to the Matrix.
For me to sit there and go, you don't know how much all of academia hates each other.
Oh my god, the arguments are so petty over so many things. It's so bad.
To get two leftist economists within academia to agree on anything is a small miracle.
I have watched honest to God fist fights break out between anthropologists on like 200-year-old theories that they both acknowledge are complete bullshit, but whether or not we're interpreting them correctly in hindsight. Like, honest to God fist fights. Fucking hilarious.
I watched one of my freshwater professors tell us that if we read Marx, that we'll become just like the sociology professors down the hall.
That's
wrong,
how that works. 100%. Wither, if you are still with us and you remember where to look for books, go looking. The Anarchist Pedagogies will be there for you. There, that's done. Now I can get rid of that Post-it note.
The only reason I popped in was a question related to space piracy. In fact, one of the reasons they had to codify international law up into space, I am not even kidding about this, was because of restrictions on alcohol in Kansas. And the state's attorney general tried to require that all flights which went over Kansas, once they entered Kansas airspace, had to put away all of their liquor. And his like rallying cry was, Kansas's sovereignty extends into the stratosphere. And so they had to actually put into law whether or not that was true and how high up.
Oh, Jesus.
Rabbit, do you remember when Kansas was actually the most progressive state in the Union?
Yeah, John Brown. We started the Civil War, bitches.
Wither, what was your question? What was your what would a national super look like as a gift economy? How would that interact with other economies? What is a national super? What was that supposed to be?
Although, hilariously, Kansas was
Damn right,
actually,
John Brown did nothing wrong.
well, he did a lot of property destruction, so the ANCOMs are not going to be on your side. But
okay, so now
and-
can we just take a moment?
And caps, sorry.
I'm gonna do this as respect. Hey, Danny. Thank you for the resub. 3 months.
Did John Brown only destroy private property or government property?
No, he destroyed some houses too.
Super-
I mean, they were houses that had been acquired. through, like, land
Superpower.
grabs, so-
Okay. All right. So national superpower. All right. So what would a national superpower look like as a gift economy? How would that interact with other economies? Who wants to field it?
The economy's fucked.
The Iroquois Confederacy?
Yeah, you can have. I mean, you'd have to sort of recast your definition of nation. Like there's the poli-sci definition versus like the more social science definition. Generally, social science just treats nation as an extension of a group of people who are in agreement with one another as being part of a collective. So, like, you could say that the people of Kansas are themselves a nation, as long as they all agreed it. So, how are you defining nation, first of all, I would need to know.
Yeah, but if you can freely move to another country, you're not in a state.
Okay.
Because you can freely move.
So
Remember, we talked about
So
this
hang
earlier.
on. Apropos of that, I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to badmouth anybody behind their back, but we have to do this. I'm sorry. Fabian's take on disaster profiteering was the most telling fucking take I have heard from an unabashed, like, libertarian laissez-faire capitalist I've heard in a very long time. He tried to roll that shit back. But holy fuck was that telling.
Oh yeah, disasters are great for business.
See, the what was even more telling was when I tried to pull it back to like the competition aspect, because I thought that's where he was going with that. Fuck the individual. It's all about competitiveness for the market. But you threaten his ability to give his wealth to his children. Completely different story.
Yeah, no, it was, I should be able to pass my wealth, engendered wealth on to my children. Like, it was, holy shit, folks.
Yeah,
in
that's
the end, he was arguing for people to have differing levels of freedom based upon their wealth.
and by
and-
the way, that's like standard social theory that's how you get monarchies is inheritable wealth. Like the one argument the Anprems have on their side is a lot of the societies that they point to as their standard bearers are the ones where if you were a king, you had to bury all of your wealth with you. It was a social expectation. So all of that money went out of circulation and your kids had to start over from scratch.
Which is what I kind of gave. I kind of had to make him bite the bullet on that, and he refused to. I was like,
Well,
well,
there were some English kings that came to power completely in debt. I mean, didn't Henry VIII leave his heirs completely in debt?
That's how we have the colony of Pennsylvania.
You know what? Swede, thank you for saying that, because now that's the extra bullet that these libertarians got to fight for the sake of the competitiveness of the market. These power broker players basically just have to pass on whatever bullshit that they have to their kids, and any of the benefits just got to go poof. Therefore,
all liabilities get passed on generationally.
benefits.
No
Yeah.
benefits whatsoever.
Yep. Both.
Literally, that's how we have the colony of Pennsylvania. The king was so indebted from his wars that when William Penn, whose father had loaned the king a bunch of money, came a-calling saying, you know what, funny thing, my family's broke as shit and it's your fault. And the king said, well, I don't have any actual cash. How about shit tons of land?
Yeah.
And boom, Pennsylvania. He became the governor of an entire colony.
Rabbit, do you know what I say? What I'm saying when I say, no, Walpole did it.
Harold Walpole. Jesus.
And Duffy apparently said Duffy gave a look at the essay that he told me that, you know, it's like, okay, go read this. He's like, you're giving me homework. I should be able to give you homework. Fine. Give me homework then. Apparently the homework, once we actually found the goddamn thing, was that Duffy said it wasn't even against the state. It just relabels the state as insurance companies, basically.
So
Which,
corporatocracy.
yeah. Well, I mean, he's unabashed, like, about, you know, he maintains that he's not an ANCAP. He's a libertarian. His partner who streams with him is an ANCAP, which, again, you know my position. No, he isn't. He thinks he's using words, yes, but those words are not accurate. No. And so, yeah, I mean, that's his position, basically, is that if only we got to pure capitalism without the state, then the you know, contract law and litigation or fucking... Yeah, let's just use litigation. Fuck it, for all intents and purposes. Privatized litigation would rectify and resolve all problems therein. And if there is some level of market capture that's occurring, then competition will automatically spring up and undermine it.
But that's just a bureaucracy. You're recreating the managerial class again. Like, I mean, you're literally doing early capitalism.
Well, you could recreate the South Sea Trading Company where there's no actual assets.
Oh, that went well.
Did you know that they made the first payment on the principal of that debt 5 years ago?
Does not shock me. I mean, this is why the British had to invent the Bank of England.
I was going to say, but he would argue that the South Sea Trading Company utilized a public-private interface, and that you still have the same problem with governance. Had the government not been involved with it, then it would have miracle profit.
But it wouldn't have existed if the government hadn't been involved. That's just not knowing how it happened.
Yeah, dude, there was so many takes. There was so many fucking takes. And of course, the classic libertarian Ben Shapiro, you could just move.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah, that was like unironically his argument. And he
until I told him, and then he was like, no, you're committing violence against me by buying all the property around me. I'm like, no,
of course.
I'm just letting you starve on your 1 acre of property when I bought the 8 acres that surround you.
Well, see, that was the hilarious bit, is that, like, he literally wants, like, a fucking, like, a small, like, I don't know, what the fuck did he call it? It was some fucking,
minarchist.
Like, some fucking, like, court system to basically acknowledge legally that the prices were too fucking high for anyone to live there or move out.
Yeah,
settlements to individuals.
Minarchistically organized constitutional arbitration system.
When we pressed him on things like that you do, that's a state, he'd be like, well, I'm not an ANCAP.
Yeah.
So he just can't do second degree analysis.
Or
the first one.
Or it was voluntary. Those were the two. I'm not an ANCAP, and it's all voluntary.
Oh yeah, that's totally how that works.
Because I'm voluntarily picked the parents that I did.
Or
I voluntarily picked the country I was born into, with its fucked up economy.
It was rough. And oh my god, the fucking dude, Swede, even you got in on that one when I asked him for like, how do we prove? Because look, I'm familiar enough with correlative versus causal relationships in scientific realms. And we were talking about empathetic responses in vis-a-vis individualistic versus communalistic societies, and how capitalism encourages individualistic nature, and individualistic nature has a relationship with lowered rates of empathetic response and these sorts of things. And like I told him straight up, here's where you can start. Indian Encyclopedia of Psychology, Volume 2, page 811. That's 2 studies right there you can start with if you want to start your reading. And he's like, well, but that's correlated, not causative. And I'm like, okay, what hurdle do I need to clear here? Like, what do I need to do to prove to you that there's a causal relationship between these two things, right? What was the metric he used, Swede?
0.85.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Yes.
He used a 0.85.
And then, which I immediately chimed in and went, dude, 0.40, you can determine hereditary causation.
0.8 and a half. Seriously?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he basically wants 100% proof.
Yes, he does.
Someone has to be
Shadow of a
standing
doubt.
there saying, "Yes, I
He
did
wants
this
a
because I'm a
scattergram
capitalist."
that's so tight that it has to be artificial.
This is why I got frustrated at that point. I'm like, how do I clear your hurdle? Like, how do I fucking clear this hurdle? Because there's no way I'm ever going to be able to clear causation with you. So what's the rubric? What do I have to do to get past this? And he comes back with a 0.85.
We don't even look for that in genetic studies.
And here's the bonus on top of that. The minute they start telling him, to go look at like the scientific literature that actually like correlates with all this shit, he then tells us to look up a fucking essay by the fucking von Mises Institute. It's like I think it was Chaos Theory,
And
the 2 essays on market anarchy by fucking Robert P. Murphy in the von Mises.
and this
Institute.
is the hilariousness that comes up if you're looking at your screen. This is what I popped. Chaos Theory, Mises Institute. Critical race theory in our weaponized schools.
So that's where the critical race thing started. And Duffy, who is with us now, went and started reading it. Like, okay, let me fucking read it. What did it have to say, Duffy?
I have it here popped up.
It's pretty coercive. You need to have insurance for everything. You're literally getting taxed to do anything.
Yeah,
You can't
really?
you can't enter a business without having insurance. You can't use roads. You pay insurance to do business, to be employed.
But you can't use roads?
Yeah, it's saying people will want to engage with you. If you don't have insurance, if you commit a murder, their estate doesn't get anything, so no one's going to want to deal with you.
They replaced the regulatory barrier that is instituted by the state with a regulatory barrier instituted by private industry in the form of insurance companies.
Those insurance companies are also going to provide detectives, policing, basically.
So the Pinkerton
Military.
boys. The Pinkerton boys. Excellent.
It's
Pinkerton.
That'll work out real well.
Isn't that corrupt?
Well, they are, yeah. But, it went so well the last time.
Well, all right. Minarchist Wither is okay. So somebody else can handle market anarchism, maybe Sweet even. Minarchist, basically, minarchist is I want my cake and want to eat it too, right? Minarchists argue for that while you cannot eliminate the state entirely, what we can do is minimize it. There is a uncomfortable amount of Venn diagram overlap with neoconservatives and minarchists. Basically, if only we eliminated the government down to its core essential functions, and then everything else would flourish. Right? If we just got rid of all of these regulatory bodies, if we got rid of the DOJ, if we got rid of the EPA, if we got rid of the ATF, if we got rid of the FBI, if we got rid of the Department of Education, all of our problems would resolve themselves. The cartels would go away. The educational system would clear itself up. Private industry could finally breathe free and bring us the utopian paradise that it promises, right? Minarchists are sort of like, well, we're not going to get the full anarchist thing, so why don't we just, try and get a little bit of state? A little bit of state is good as a treat from time to time, right? That's sort of the minarchist position.
It's the joke from Grover Norquist. I don't want to eliminate the state. I just want it so small that I could drown it in the bathtub if I had to.
Yeah. There's an uncomfortable amount of overlap between minarchists and neocons. So there you go.
You really want to know what market anarchism really is?
Wither does. I don't.
A bad pun?
No. It's libertarian socialism.
Yeah.
Or mutualism.
Yeah, it's literally leftist. I think Kai would actually probably be down with most of it.
It works. It can work.
Especially if you're talking about incrementalism.
But have you considered, Swede, that markets equal capitalism?
Have you considered the
Fuck you. I never want to hear you ever say that again.
Uh-huh.
Because you know how much that grates on my ears.
Yeah. Yeah, I could
assume that came up.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, there was one guy who straight up said that, like, trade is capitalism.
Yeah.
All trade.
Yes.
Yes. Capitalism has always existed.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God, they're a Destiny stand. Okay.
No.
Your Rev just asked, have you considered apples?
Oh, Jesus.
Rev, I fucking hate you.
Have you considered that consumption isn't labor?
Consumption is capital.
Market socialism was capitalism all along?
Yes. The whole time. Who knew?
My favorite part is if you actually look up market anarchism, it says plain as day, it's anti-capitalist.
I just...
This is where we go. This is where we run into if people actually read Smith on the left, they'd agree with him.
Smith was based as
if
fuck.
If people actually read Smith on the right, they would cry.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's ours.
Everything out.
He's on our team, not yours.
Liberalism was like the progressive fucking decision in them days when there was a literal monarchy.
Well, you know why he wrote the book? You know why he wrote the book? Because the Spanish government bankrupted itself. They went over to Mexico, sucked dry every vein of silver they could find, and then were baffled that they had devalued silver to the point where they bankrupted all of Europe. And Smith's like,
and more importantly themselves,
this isn't hard. It has to have value. You can't just have a money bin, Scrooge McDuck. You can't just swim in your gold. That doesn't work. And everybody blew their minds.
Went in to say is you really need a very, very progressive tax system to keep enough money out of circulation that you can keep its value up.
Yeah, his analogy was to the circulatory system. The courts are the brain, and the manufacturing centers are the heart, and the money is the blood. And if your blood isn't circulating, then it doesn't do anything.
I just
too much. Yeah.
I'm amazed by the amount of bad takes I have heard in one stream tonight.
That's powerful. I like that no gift economies exist. That's a new one. I have not heard that one yet.
I'm gonna get a hype train out of it.
Yeah. Fucking
the guy that said no gift economies ever existed and everything was Stalinist, I gifted him a sub.
Yep.
Well, that was very kind of you.
So he has an anarchist A right by his name.
That and critical theory came before critical race theory.
Yeah, there was that one too.
I will not get past fucking Fabian unironically saying it was a good thing that you can do disaster profiteering. That's good for the economy. It's good for the society. that exists.
Would this apply down there? So you're in a disaster, you're dehydrated. Someone's trying to sell water for $12 a bottle, and out of necessity, you rob them for that water. Here, I don't think you'd be able to defend that in court. Could you get away with that down in the States?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
There is
there's
an
conditional.
element of
Yeah, like all of our hunting laws are conditional as well. None of them apply to subsistence hunters usually. It's just, yeah, that doesn't apply to you. If you're trying to survive, shit happens.
Nice, that's good.
Momo.
No matter what the season is, you can kill a doe if you need to eat.
Yeah, Momo with the 6 months saying I can't stay, but here, have some gun money. Fucking Momo. Thank you for the resub, Momo. I can't wrap my head around people who think that capitalism would just, like, if you just got rid of all of the restrictions on capitalism, that what you wouldn't end up with is just company towns. Right? Like, how do you, but competition, my ass. Like,
Well, in over time and economically speaking, they would just buy out their competition because it's in the self-interest to sell for a higher amount than what the company's worth.
I tried to explain using a basic.
AT&T exists.
Well, I tried to explain using basic numbers. Like, look, there's 10 people in town that do a thing, right? And my neighbor and I both do the thing, and we like each other, so we coordinate our business, right? And we put one other person out of business using this methodology, and we split their customers and their asset base after we buy it at auction amongst ourselves. Now we're essentially rocking 1.5 worth each, right? We have more, we have a leveraged segment of the market at that point. We're going to undercut you, even if it's by a cent. We're going to undercut you. We're going to undermine your business. We're going to come for your market share. We're going to purchase your business at the first opportunity we get. We're going to use underhanded tactics to manipulate your customers and or your market share in some way, shape, or form. And we're going to get your one, and then we're going to split that. Now we got 2 each. We've got 40% of the market share within a couple of maneuvers for ourselves, right? Like, this is not difficult. This is just basic business. And somehow, like, this escapes. This is why I'm convinced these fuckers that stand communism, take communism either, the same comment applies, that stand capitalism this hard aren't good at capitalism.
Well, and okay, this is where social science inserts itself into that conversation. That idea of you're living in a company town. I mean, you're literally talking about like a Mennonite village, and the dumbest possible person in the room is the one who goes to a Mennonite auction, because everyone in the room is related except him.
Yeah.
So they're all going to outbid, but they're doing it as they are members of the gift economy that they are maintaining within themselves. So depending on the social structure that you have, it's not necessarily a bad thing. What the capitalist does is insert the idea of, now we need to go take over the next town, which the Mennonites don't want to do. They're not in any way concerned with eating everybody else. It's the greed that is the difference. You know, that's where we say this is a different structure.
We're already getting company neighborhoods with Blackstone.
I just don't. Like, that's in Sweden. I both had a good chuckle at that. Like, we both had a good chuckle. That's like, bitch, we're better at capitalism than you are. Like, understand this. Like, this is the mentality.
Yeah. I wanted to pull the I sit in boardrooms and hear what these people say. You don't have any idea how ruthless these people are.
Like, yeah, like, until you've sat down with somebody who makes 8 digits or more a year and had a conversation with them, frank, in their house, just chilling, and just have a conversation with that person who's pulling 8 or more digits a year, then you probably don't understand. You just don't.
Well, Swede, the last time that we were on together, you had talked about how a lot of modern economists are really leaning into like behavioral analysis and neurological research that's being done. Are there any economists left who actually think that the reasonable market exists, that there's no human behavior in there, that like you can, like, it's 2 orders of magnitude away and suddenly there's an actual bell curve? Do they honestly believe? Is there anyone left that actually believes that?
The joke in our field is every supposition we make requires a rational actor, so we're always wrong.
Yeah. That's
So
a fucking,
even-
that's a
even
solid
economists- Even economists know that this is all bullshit.
dark arts, folks.
Really,
Dark
really, I mean, really what we're saying when we say that, though, is human behavior is that really weird variable to throw in there. And as we start studying, as we start learning more and more and more about behavioral patterns and how genetics favor certain things within behavior as far as personality types, and as we learn how personality types affect buying patterns amongst populations, we're going to get better at this, but that still doesn't give us a rational actor. So our entire history for the last, since Adam Smith, has required a rational actor to explain how a market works. We've
Right.
never had a rational actor. That person has never existed.
And Skeptic, let's not use Cuba. There's too many as an example of. Generally, I just don't like to use a lot of the communist countries as examples of anything as far as like standard of living stuff goes. As a gay man, my standard of living in Cuba wouldn't have been that great.
And
No, they're saying that like
I know.
that like Cuba now, like going like suck them Cuba.
Well,
no.
I mean, like even then.
they're still
The way
not
they have
great.
things organized within the co-op system is brutal.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. You actually are required to have a coupon book that allows you to eat.
My fucking god.
Yeah, Story Girl, solid. Put 100 economists in a room together and you'll walk out having heard 150 opinions.
Story Girl, unless every one of those economists need to be one-armed. Because every economist will always tell you, well, on the other hand.
Yeah, there you go. Would I debate infrared? No. Of course I wouldn't. I know here's the entire debate. Look, we'll do it beginning, middle, and end. Hi, Hez. I know you're a pretty contentious individual and things can get heated sometimes, but let's try and keep it calm. I'll fucking stay calm this entire time. I don't know why you're saying I wouldn't stay calm this entire time. See, this is the tactic that you fucking neoliberal Westerners who work for the CIA, fucking, you're just out here coping and coping and coping. All right, cool. And this has been a really productive conversation over the last 5 hours. And so I'm just going to call it here. See, you were the first to quit. I am the fucking victor. I destroyed Kai. I owned Proudly Radical. There you go. That's the whole thing. There's literally nothing productive that comes from interaction with that man.
So you're saying you would lose?
Oh, yeah, 100% I would lose, of course. Anybody who leaves the line first loses.
Okay, we need just get one of those like digital autoresponders. Just stick that on there, but have the voice synth tweaked in just the right way so that it kind of sounds like it's like artifacting from a bad connection. Love to see how long it takes for him to realize that he's talking to a machine.
You know what would be another funny one is if Kai like shared like a dummy Discord for like members of the community to like have shifts on, and we're all just doing like bad impressions of Kai, just one after the other.
That's what I'm saying. Just a baseline autoresponder and see how long it takes. That could
You
go.
know I'm an anarchist.
That would be a fun one.
That would be an interesting position. See, basically what you is an anarchist. You just don't know it.
You know what's funny is he was having a debate with an anarchist today, and the dude was saying some like it's weird when it's weird when he wants to be calm, because then he actually starts fucking like talking theory, and it's still garbage, but it's like enough to like fool the average person. Like he was like making the claim that American anarchism has no links to the tradition of like the original anarchists in Russia, and he was just. It's weird as fuck. He thinks it's like a CIA fucking like plant, basically. Like anarchism in America is like a product of like 70s CIA propaganda.
I was just say the Jewish diaspora in New York would like a word has.
Well, I am.
Like
I work for big academia. I don't know what you're talking about.
Damn.
I mean, Jesus Christ. I just no. There's literally no reason for me to interact with that person. He's unreasonable. He declares victories at random. He fucking walks down the street and then publishes. Oh my god! The fact he uploaded that video. The fact that he took that video.
That I can't. The whole what you just walked down the street yelling.
Yeah.
We have a word for that. We have a word for that. this okay.
Trey, whatever you just posted made me want to puke.
Wait, what? Oh, meat.
What a meat post.
Shared content.
Oh yeah, I've seen this before. I've seen this cunt. Yeah, I've seen this shit before. Yeah, she's a fucking cunt. Fuck that bitch. Yeah.
Assertive.
Fuck her in her stupid fucking face. The article of the title is "There's too much life in our work-life balance. The slog of our day-to-day existence is making us shockingly unproductive."
So how much you want to bet she's being abused by her husband?
I have a problem.
I just.
Well, no, I have a problem. What the fuck does that say?
Later, Gringo.
She doesn't do fuck all and probably puts all her workload onto her coworkers.
But
I wonder why she has no life. And
you're like translating it into intent, which I get, but no, I just mean as a statement, like as a coherent sentence. What the fuck does that say?
We live too much. It literally means we just live too much outside of work.
Yeah. There's too much non-work in your life. You need to be in the office more.
Casual Cupcake, actually, you got it right. Arbit mocked free.
Yeah.
I don't understand. The slog of our day-to-day existence is making us shockingly unproductive.
Yeah. So we need to work more to compensate.
Like she's a bored housewife? Is that? I don't. Okay.
See, that's the vibe that I get. I think work is her escape from like her terrible home life, and she's just trying to like make that a view.
Yeah, and
trying to make fetch happen, Helen.
Marcus said, "So this is the one cunt that I've seen that explains so much."
I find vacuuming so unsatisfying. Okay.
Speaking of good old-fashioned misogyny, the Pakistani prime minister blamed women's clothes for the rising rate of rapes in their country.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty common go-to.
And
sounds like religious fundamentalists in the United States too. They say the same thing.
It's funny what you can do when you have the big dick in the economy. California is going to pay off all past due rent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're wiping for like the COVID period. Yeah, they're going to wipe the slate. They'll cover it.
That got signed off.
Apparently so. Yeah.
Nice.
I really wonder what would happen if we just seceded. Just like part of me just wants to see the type of fuckery.
They allocated $5.2 billion in funds. It's approved. Newsom announced it. They're gonna do full on rental assistance for the entire COVID period.
Their economy is what is it? Their economy is bigger than is it Russia?
They're bigger than they're the world's fifth largest economy. I think the last time we checked. Yeah.
The U.S. would fucking implode.
I just want to see it. I just want to see it because you know that the conservative media would fucking love it. At least for like the grifting angle, and then just the slow dissension.
If you want to see a cunt, that guy's a cunt.
Yesterday, a Christian hate preacher from Texas celebrated a gay man's death at a pride parade. It's, quote, "It's great when trucks accidentally go through those parades. We can hope for more in the future. I think it's great. I hope they all die." Who is this person? So I can name check this piece of shit?
Christian hate preacher in Texas doesn't really narrow it down.
Jonathan Shelley, the pastor of the Steadfast Baptist Church in Hurst, Texas, near Fort Worth. It's a new independent fundamental Baptist church, an offshoot of Stephen Anderson's church.
Yeah, if you've seen the guy that screams at his congregation the whole time. Yeah.
Stephen Anderson is the same guy who, there it says. He made headlines in 2019 when he said, quote, "Rebellious children should be executed."
Yep.
Okay, well, at least he's
Said
consistent.
that if I could press a button and all the gays would die, that I would press it until my finger broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
So how many boys do you think he's banging?
All
of them.
Just
like if I had a young boy, like if I had a son, I wouldn't let him within many, many miles of that man. Yeah. He for sure is just steady banging boys. Like,
Do you know NIFB has a dating site?
oh Jesus Christ.
Well, Caboose, it's not specifically the Baptist. Actually, the Baptist church is getting fairly progressive. It's the Southern Baptists and the Independent Baptists. Because the Southern Baptists removed themselves from the Baptist Convention over slavery. Because the Baptist Convention said slavery was bad. And then the Independent Baptists removed themselves from the Southern Baptists because the Southern Baptists were getting too progressive.
Oh yeah.
There you go. There you go. Show that bitch.
Oh my God. Copy link. Hang on, we're gonna pull it up on stream.
New IFB singles.
A Ministry of Verity Baptist Church. Welcome to newifbsingles.com. Oh, here's his stupid fucking face too.
Graphics.
Hi,
They're
this is
just-
Pastor
Hang on.
Robert Jimenez
Oh
from
my
Verity
God.
Baptist Church in Sacramento, California. We want to welcome you to newifbsingles.com and give you
Listen to his
a quick
voice.
explanation of how this website works. This website has a purpose of connecting singles that attend New IFB and Old IFB.
Notice the picture in the fucking here.
Just like right there, just
Let me get
It actually came with the frame.
there we go. Yeah. Fucking got the wife in the picture.
churches to be able to connect with other singles in New IFB and Old IFB churches.
Fucking
This is
race
not
trader.
a
What's with the
dating
white
website
wife?
In the sense that we're going to be or setting you up with anyone. This is just a
Yeah,
way
seeing
for
this
you to
keep
be able to
chugging on.
Connect with other people. And
That just
hi, this is Pastor
Well, I
Robert
mean,
Jimenez from Verity.
actually, technically, isn't it an
Verifying the
encomienda?
information
Because
on that
he's now
form.
working for
To
the
be
good
part of
people.
New IFB
Oh,
Singles,
yeah.
you have to
Yeah.
approve of
shit.
being part of it, which means that we're going to be verifying the things that you wrote on there. We're going to contact the pastor and make sure that you are.
holy
The
shit!
moment for my fuck meme. This is it.
Holy fuck! We're gonna be verifying the things you write on there. We will contact your pastor.
Excellent.
my God.
Y'all go hang out with the Quakers. They do little potlucks. They're friendly.
What?
They're
If you go back,
Probably
you can see
attending
that the
and
form you
being
have to
part
fill
of that
out.
Church, for example, for
Oh, does he
men,
highlight
they
it?
Ask you if you have a
Pastor Jimenez.
No. I mean on the
Yeah,
website
Jimenez.
below the video, you can go through the.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh my God.
That's a
What
That's
is
the
your
whole
what
thing.
is your pastor? What is your what is the address of your church? What is your pastor's email address? Give us your salvation testimony. Oh, I want to fill this out.
briefly. Matt
Oh.
God, cool guy. Here now.
Amorous that it is what it is on that one. If you oh God. If you answered yes to having a job, are you currently able to support a family? I am a female. This question does not apply to me.
Oh my
Excellent.
God.
Oh, actually, they get the breakout early. Do you attend an old IFB or a new IFB church?
Oh,
I like how they don't specify which is which.
The new IFB is the more stringent, abusive pile of shit people.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're wondering who the greatest new IFB idiot is, it's Matt Powell.
All right.
Ask you if you have a job.
If you look
if
up
have a
Matt
job,
Powell
and support a
creationism,
family. And
you'll hear
we
some of the
believe
most
that the purpose
amazing
for
arguments.
Dating is marriage. And
Yeah,
if you're
they
going
actually,
to get married as a man,
there's
you
a
have to be able to support a
YouTuber
family.
called
That's
Fundy
why the
Fridays,
question is
where she
there. So not
literally
just
she does her
anyone's going to
makeup
get
and bitches
approved
about
for this.
these weird
You have to fill
fundamentalist
out the
Christians,
form, and we will
and she did
verify
a whole
you
thing
and
on
confirm
just
the
the
things that are on
IFB.
there, and then we will give you a login so that you can take part in the new IFBsingles.com. Now, let me just say this.
I want to grift the shit out of these guys. I want to grift the shit out of these guys. I 100% want in on this website.
Oh, Jesus.
I want in. I want to see what the inside of this website looks like. There's like the gears are turning. I'm an ordained minister. Like, can I cut a deal with some? Who's got a church address I can use? Can we fucking I need to get a church domain address, a domain name, so I can fucking set up a pastoral email. I want in. I so want in.
Kai, it's so much easier. Just pretend to be a good little wife.
I want in on the other side. I want in the other direction.
All right.
Yeah. I want.
Just saying, you'll get more insights.
I want to hit it the other way. I mean, somebody else can hit it that direction.
What
But
I'm hearing is that now we're gonna have a proudly radical congregation.
I want to see if Steven Anderson has a taste for Tony Hawk.
these fuckers, dude, this is
God, the messages you'd get.
The verification
So,
process does not take the
when does your
responsibility away
congregation
from
get
you
together?
singles of doing your due diligence and making sure that the person you marry is someone that you actually should be marrying. But we're going to try to help connect you with people that are believing the same things you believe and are heading in the same direction that you are heading. We want you to know that this website is going to be set up as a forum. Along with the coaching videos, we're also going to have questions that will serve as conversations.
I want those videos.
So it's less of a dating site and more of a Yenta service.
Yeah, it is.
We will find you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Starters.
Yeah, apparently, Karina.
To get you all talking with each other and communicating in this forum. It's all going to be done publicly. There's going to be no
Antichrist.
messaging. All the conversations are going to be out in the open, and we are also going to have moderators from Verity Baptist Church, married individuals that are going to be logged in and monitoring everything that's going on.
I want you to notice something about the portrait of the I'm putting wife in quote marks.
Yeah, I already did it. I'm like, wipe.
Yeah, it's cut off.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's making out with the frame. There's somebody else in that
God.
picture.
It's actually more prominent. You can tell that they actually like put it more in frame compared to last time.
Oh yeah. Oh definitely. I want to know what's in that mini fridge.
All right, so members. All right.
Doing this in Firefox.
Yeah, well, I just want to see something. It's just a WordPress site. It's just a WordPress site. It's
You fucking serious?
yeah, this is
it is.
it's a WordPress buddy site. Buddy Boss. This is okay.
Yes. WordPress clones for the win.
Yeah, it's just a WordPress site. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying anything in particular, but it's just a WordPress site. And I'm highly doubting they've got like, two-factor authentication or anything like that going on.
Why, whatever would you mean by that, Kai?
Exactly. Interesting.
All I saw was you looking at some baseline code. I didn't.
Also want
I
you
didn't
to
hear
know
anything
this
else.
website is free. It is being provided.
No. If you weren't Christian, they're not letting you in, Karina. They need to contact your pastor for you to get an account.
Wait a minute. What? The photo moved.
That's what I'm saying. He's been moving it like with each of these cuts.
This website is free. It is me picking up.
But how do they cut the flow?
We urge all to know this website is free.
Oh, that's an easy
that's
cut.
Going on. We also want you to know this website is free. It is being provided by Verity Baptist Church. You're always welcome to make a donation by clicking below to support this ministry. So we hope that
Zippy, that's
Who is this poor woman?
That's my intention. See, this is the angle. I'm trying to get myself like properly credentialed. In my head right now, I'm like, okay, I need a physical address for a church facility that I can be listed at as an ordained minister. So all you fuckers can list me as your pastor.
With this. I'm trying to. I am.
The NIFB does not have a central organization, so there is no central repository of who and who is and who isn't an NIFB church.
That's why they specify new or old IFB.
Well, time to go looking for a Christian single in my area. That's what I'm hearing.
blessing to you. Go ahead and fill out the form.
Maybe
submit
this
it,
time when the little pop-up
and we'll
pops
get back
up,
to you as soon as
14,
possible.
hot singles are in your area.
Excuse me, Kat. I believe what you meant to say is you're looking for a goodly wife.
All right.
A helpmeet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's also okay. So yeah, it's just WordPress login that's handling that for them.
Kai, I think we should go off air and maybe talk about this WordPress site.
Have a mild discussion.
Jesus Christ. I had are there comments on this? Oh, there's comments. Of course there's comments.
Oh.
They have comments enabled.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, Roland, I love you, Roland. Wow, such a clever idea. By being part of a church in the USA, this whole enterprise is also tax-free. Just one question. Is this service open to straight people too?
Wow. Wow, 9 months ago.
Roland Lawrence, you are my hero. I absolutely adore you. That's brilliant. Love it. Let's see. My guess is there'll be 400 dudes for every one female.
100%.
I wonder if they paid for female bots to get more guys to sign up.
Oh.
Wow, this is so cold.
I like how just straight up they were like, yeah, if you're a woman, you don't have to like worry about shit for finances.
I filled out the ask boxes and I sent it to you, but you didn't reply back. Am I in or not? Take the hint, brah. She's not that into you.
All right, so Verity Baptist Church. Hold on. Jesus.
This is some magic right here. Oh, good. Undisciplined laziness.
As per usual.
Yep. As opposed to disciplined laziness, which is entirely different.
Hi, my name is Roger Jimenez. I'm the pastor of Verity Baptist Church in Sacramento, California. I'd like to take a few minutes to introduce you to our church. Verity Baptist Church started in September of 2010. Over the years, the Lord has allowed our church to grow into a thriving congregation.
So we got an invitation one day in the mail, and before that we have been
a whole lot of white
church,
faces for a Hispanic-led
so
church.
When we got invitation,
Interesting.
we thought we'll come and see, and from day
Caboose, you could go visit this fucker.
actually knocked on my door.
I could too.
4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And he
Actually, Caboose would actually have to take like a trip down there. For me, it's like a couple hours.
Dude, Kat, go ahead on.
Dude, I will do it.
He's
for the
just
meeting.
over. He's just over an hour for Caboose.
Don't you fucking tempt me.
Hit on him.
Dude.
And when we heard Pastor speaking,
Alright, how many donos am I getting for this? I need to know this in advance. I will schedule this stream and everything.
Fucking capitalist.
I'm serious. I will take that fucking trip.
And so
Yeah, yeah.
the protest.
Oh no! Look at that pair.
Yeah, I'll
Wait,
dress up
wait,
and
wait,
everything.
wait.
You look how
Hold on,
disinterested
hold on,
he is.
hold on.
16, the protest was.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hang on.
About Verity Baptist Church when the protest was going on, I believe in 2016, and so we heard about the protest going on, and we heard that they were having a preaching conference. So we.
The 2016 protests. What would that have been? Anti-Trump protests in California. This is anti-Trump election protests in California that would have happened. And so we heard about the church during the 2016 anti-Trump protests, and they were having a biblical conference, and so we were attracted.
Decided to
Look at his body. Look at his body.
Oh yeah, he's literally checking out lights and shit. Like, oh, what's that over there?
She is not in the room. She is not even in the room.
We have seen many people saved, baptized, and growing in
They have a hot tub. It's just a shitty. Oh my god.
And growing in the Lord. At Verity Baptist Church, you can expect to hear bold biblical preaching. We preach straight out of the Word of God. We don't offer shallow entertainment, but we do offer sound biblical teaching.
I like the preaching because it's biblically based on scriptures and not outside stories.
If you're looking for a solid Bible-based
Caboose. It was an off the shelf like Sam's Club or Costco fucking hot tub. I'm not kidding you. That was
wood panel and
this
everything.
branch of Baptist is so pro-Trump, they might as well just fillet him for the rest of his existence.
Yeah. Hot tub baptism stream.
and teaching church, Verity Baptist Church is where you need to be.
You will also enjoy the music ministry here at Verity Baptist Church. Whether it's our exciting
on the
congregational
music.
singing, our stirring choir, or our excellent orchestra, you will be blessed by the music ministry of our church.
The music ministry kind of takes me home because I grew up in a Baptist church, and so that's all we listened to was the hymns, and so it kind of brings
Some dumb, basically all of them.
me home because we went to some non-denominational church in our young adult life.
That was actually an impressive
It's hard to get
variety
used
of
to.
instruments.
So like I said, it's kind of like coming back home.
Well,
to
I'm
that traditional
a little
music, but
suspicious
the
because
orchestra
the
kind of adds a little
that's
flair
an
to it, and
orchestra.
that live music there, and so I enjoy that too.
At Verity Baptist Church, you will have
Wallada, 100%. Yeah, for sure. We'll go full fundamentalist on their asses. Music, that's a distraction from the word, you fucking hedonists.
Now, the Bible does specify that the voice is an instrument of God. So as long as you're singing, you're fine.
Yes, but those were actual instruments.
Yes.
Which are the creation of man.
And
You,
Satan.
you prideful sinner.
And Satan.
opportunities to develop
Rena, I will
relationships
fucking
and
do that.
lifelong
I'm
friendships.
I'm
Whether it's
serious.
Our annual ladies' tea, our married couple
I just
sweetheart
love it.
banquet,
Okay, now I have
our
this image
annual
of
church
Kat like
picnic,
walking up to this
or a
dude,
teen activity.
pupil
There's always
dilated to
something going on
madness.
at Verity Baptist
Hey,
Church.
so what are you doing later?
Group of teens growing up together and edifying each other, and you know we're living these separated lives at Verity Baptist Church.
Look, Caruso, looked at it. No, it's only like I'm telling you, Sacramento is not a fucking 12-hour drive for me. It's only like 6 hours, give or take. I mean, it's not fun, but
And T-Dot sucks. Dropping in from Toronto. Now this feels like home. Sup, peoples? Anybody who chooses their username just based on shitting on their Department of Transportation, I can get behind.
Fair enough.
Fucking Canadians, they keep coming over here.
I just... Okay, hang on.
Leninism.
Comparing to when she was talking to when he was talking and how she's acting versus how he acted, that is an unhealthy marriage.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a bit of tension here.
Y'all got to know the jargon. She is a helpmeet. She is there to make him look good. That is her job.
I'm surprised they let her talk because 1 Timothy chapter 2 verse 12 is pretty explicit.
There you go. Tell
Well,
me
we
you're
don't know what
joking.
order it was shot in.
And if for anybody's wondering what the passage that Swede just quoted, basically it's the "shut up, woman, you don't get to teach me anything" quote from the Bible.
Isn't it like literally women are to be seen but not heard?
Women are
But
not.
there's that one. There's also women be beholden to your husbands like men are beholden to the church.
Yeah,
there's like a couple of different places.
I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet.
My God.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bible is actually there was kind of a funny case of that in England not too long ago, because the Church of England was talking about allowing women to become priests, and one of the more traditionalist women representatives stood up and said, you know, I've read my Bible from cover to cover, and none of the apostles were male. And one of the guys who was pro stood up and said, well, I've read my Bible from cover to cover, and according to it, you need to sit down and shut up.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I've actually used Timothy before in an argument back in the Podbean days. Some hyper religious chick fucking called into some dude's show and just went off on a tear and about how, you know, homosexuals and the left agenda and shit like that. And I straight up told her to shut the fuck up. Read your Bible. Timothy states unequivocally that you have no authority over me and you should be quiet.
Yup.
Like, if you want to quote Bible at me, woman, you need to read your Bible again, because the Bible straight up tells you are not to speak to a man that way. Like,
even a gay one?
Even a gay one.
Oh shit.
Absolutely. No. Yeah, women are overranked by all men.
Yeah.
Women are property.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Women are property in the Bible.
It's unequivocal. Like, it's straight up. It's like, yeah, no, if you're a woman and you're talking over a man, the Bible has some very interesting passages for you.
Do you want to hear people in the chat of how they justify this? Because they go, oh, well, the man is beholden to the church, which means he has to act as the church would towards the woman, which means she actually gets better treatment that way. She's exalted, held up high. That's how they frame it.
Oh God, fucking. There's a lot of weird, like, I mean, I know this kind of goes without saying, but there's a lot of weird brainwashy cult shit in this list. Like, how to love your church. I love my church Sunday. So a whole lot of videos about why you should love them in particular.
My God.
Yeah.
See you later, T-Doc sucks.
Let's see.
So anyway, you're welcome, Mr. Kai, about this whole rabbit hole that we're in.
Yeah. This is special. We're gonna, you know.
Look, how about this for a cool $1.50? I'll do it. I'll do it.
If we apply a critical race lens to this, sorry.
If you would do this for $150, PayPal's on its way.
I have it. It's Stream Elements. You can check my fucking channel. I got a donate button. I'm just saying. I'm just saying this may or may not be a donation goal in the future.
Are you signing up for a Christian dating site?
Well, yes, I'm doing that, but I can also go to this person's fucking church.
Yeah, like this is within striking distance. Like, Cat can just drive there.
Yeah, I could drive there. I'm pretty sure I could take a metro to fucking Sacramento.
Yeah, like
here I put a handy guide in the in the shared content there.
And yes, Cat can list me as their professor.
Pastor.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm doing multiple conversations behind the scene right now as well. In addition to this, so
yeah. Yeah, I could actually do that.
For those of you who need to know, in shared content, the order of operations for how much a woman needs to shut the hell up.
Holy shit! I'm not gonna name check you. I'm not name checking you. So if you want to remain anonymous, do not speak up in chat. I'll tell you this right now. But for the person who just sent me the address of a multi-organizational church property that they use for those sorts of purposes that have a variety of groups and organizations that meet and operate out of the church premises who just hooked me up with that address. Mad props. Thank you. Rock on with the mutual aid.
This is like a religion P.O. box.
Basically.
My God.
Yeah.
We're hot desking God, folks.
Yeah. So, like, mad props to you. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, so we have an address.
Excellent.
Did they have dial confession?
Like I said, 50 folks. You know what to do.
So here's the thing. I just don't really know. Love the username. Here's the thing. So, I'll snatch up. We're gonna have to figure out some titling here. I do think we should formalize some of this stuff. We've been joking about it as a community for a while, and I've been joking about this for years. We'll get the sort of like Christian anarchist church domain. We'll get a name. We'll get something figured out. We'll get the domain, and we'll go from there. And so we can have anybody who's already an ordained minister. We'll get you like pastor something, email addresses and all that sort of stuff. I'll get all that set up. Give me a little bit. We'll move forward on this because one, it's amusing, and two, I think it would amuse a lot of us. Okay, cool. Yeah, it has been confirmed from this person that they use this address from time to time when they don't want to give their real address.
Fair.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question to Kat.
What's up?
What are you going to do if he says yes?
Oh,
That's
you bang the fuck out of him.
I mean, that is where I was going with it, but I was kind of going to let him lead, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I see. I didn't think that far ahead because I was very stuck between like pranking him and revealing the recording versus like banging him, then revealing that I was recording, or some variation between the two. That's the spectrum that my mind went to.
He's been around. You need to double rap.
He's into humiliation. You know it.
I do. He strikes me as that.
You could have the camera on a tripod with an arrow pointing at it. It'd be fine.
Kat, you need to double rap that. He's been around a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. For sure.
Through a sheet, man. Come on.
Do we have while we're here for a moment?
Kat might be too old for him.
That is true. That is true, Kat. You've probably got a little too much body hair.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, I know how to weigh him. I got the height on. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you're probably not his type.
Although he might be curious about getting dommed. That could be a thing.
That is true.
You might have that playing in your favor.
Okay, so we're just gonna crowdsource some stuff here at this point. What kind of domain, what kind of name for this church do we think we should have?
It has to be convincing. Like we might as well go all the way with this if we're gonna do this.
You're doing the new unaffiliated Baptist, right?
I don't know what we're doing.
Well, okay, so the new ones are the ones that are completely independent. Every single congregation is its own thing. The old ones at least have a minor bit of structure. So, are you going like fully independent here?
I'm thinking fully independent. Yeah, I'm thinking that we like literally, if we're gonna do it, like let's code language all of the anarchism, but let's keep it.
Oh, well,
yeah, Church of Bread, fucking
Church of the Sovereign Citizen.
Oh God, not coded enough.
That would be old. That's old Baptist. Church of the Sovereign Citizen.
Oh, if you listen to like Steven Anderson talk about how we have to elect people who are willing to institute the death penalty for people of certain proclivities, yeah. They're authoritarian as fuck.
Oh, that's actually, you know what? There's a couple of really good ones. Church of Mutual Charity. Church of the Body of Christ, making the bread reference.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like we can do the bread book, but Body of Christ.
Yeah.
And then Church of Mutual Charity. Fucking dude, just straight up mutual aid.
No, because then you'll sound Catholic.
Church of Christu Veritas, the truth of Christ.
Oh, you can't do Latin. You
The
can't do
church,
Latin.
the church and his own.
That's papist.
Church of Jesus' actual teachings, said
Well,
Viva.
this guy's Verity Church. How is that not Latin?
Because they're talking about the relationship between being virally Christian. So they're using like old school language versus direct Latin. But if you use a Latin phrase, that's immediately going to ping as Catholic.
Look at Edgy. Who's that?
That's my bad. Sorry.
It's fine.
Just like, what the fuck was that?
I was using trying to
Parish
translate some
Prud'homme.
words.
This is fucking
Parish Prud'homme.
Let's see. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna workshop this a little bit. I've got domain accounts and hosting accounts and stuff like that. I can spin this up fairly quickly, and I'll just get like a WordPress template for a church, and we'll just fucking spin that up in no time. Then it's just a matter of putting stuff into the website, and maybe I'll get a couple of like I'll authorize like a couple of editor accounts, and if people in the community want to make it a little side project and fill out the church website with content, we can start pushing forward in those regards.
What was the name of the hill where Jesus was crucified?
Calvary.
Okay, so that's your self-sacrifice. So the bread there. So you're going to want the word cavalry in there. Calvary.
Yeah, bread of Calvary is actually a popular thing.
There you go.
And you have a service on Twitch. I'd be hella surprised if you couldn't.
Oh yeah, no, you can. And if they tried to shut it down, holy shit. Are you kidding me? Like the press you could get off of that?
NIFB churches have been kicked off Twitch regularly.
Well, were they saying crazy, hateful shit?
Yes.
Okay, so if we run the other message and just be like, hey, it's a message of love and, compassion, like that sort of thing, it's a whole other ballgame. Can you put the church on your resume? For sure. Like,
there you go.
The Free Will Bread of Calvary Church, FWBCC.
Calvary, not cavalry.
Oh, whatever. Be the cavalry. I don't fucking care.
It's Calvary.
No. Here, Rabbit, Church of the Winged Hussars.
Yes. There you go. That's pretentious enough.
Cavalry and go.
Rev said, then we'll be the only ones on the platform. Like, let them kick them off. If Twitch wants to give us a monopoly.
I need to go. I'm seeing little blue and red flashing lights outside my house.
In our picture, picture of Jesus has to be Jeff Bezos.
I'm blaming all of you. I think you turned me in.
Christ against commies.
Y'all have fun with this. I gotta go.
Later, Rabbit.
Have Musk's superimposed in.
Church of the Mind Flayer. It would have been FWBCC, the Free Will Bread of Calvary Church. Was the one that Rabbit dropped.
This is amazing.
Okay, so that's the fucking. That is the actual Fort Walton Beach Community Chorus already has FWBCC. So that one's out. Good to know. Good find, by the way. Friends with Benefits Community College.
I haven't laughed this much in a long time. Thank you, everyone.
Syndic of Solomon Baptists.
Name my church.
Insert church name here, Church of Christ.
Oh, I do like. Oh Jesus Christ, that's a fucking name. Two Gods of the Font Community Church of the Spirit of Sanctuary.
Yeah.
I do like the word revival. I think that's always. Oh God, Two Joys of the Lighthouse of the Pine of Resurrection Mission Church of Life.
Church of the not Jim Jones is our pastor.
There was. Oh man, I wanted that one back. That's a shame. All right, yeah, we need to figure out a name, and then I will grab the domain and fucking set up a website. We will go from there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Karina, FWBCC, founder worships Blackcock continuously. Can we be a born again? I mean, in essence, wouldn't it be? Anything we teach would be essentially, it would fall under born again in one way, shape, or form.
Church of the Helicopter Defenestration.
I'd be the junkie church member, just the one that's always showing up like completely fucked up and.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really
Well,
believe,
Jesus accepts people in all of their states and conditions. We turn away no one except tankies.
I think we do that one.
Except tankies, they can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, we'll make it fucking doctrinal. Fucking, we accept everyone, all races, all creeds. Everyone is welcome in our house except tankies. Fuck
The
tankies.
Holy Church of Lysenko. Yes.
Holy Church of Lice.
Oh. Revival Church of Sinners Hideout Incorporated. T. Dot sucks coming in hot. Marcus straying eerily close to the line. But are tankies people? Yeah, I that would be a good running joke though. We welcome all stripes amongst our midst. All of us are God's creatures, except tankies. Fuck tankies. Like, yeah. There's a tanky command in chat. T. Dot. Holy Church of the Tanky Exclusion. Yeah, we'll figure out a name. And I'll grab the .com, I'll spin up the website, and we'll go from there.
You want the most generic one that a lot of churches use? You do the whole Good Shepherd.
It's true. And I can do VoIP, like I can spin up phone numbers. So if they need to call the pastor, or they need to text or talk to the pastor, we can have email addresses. We can have a phone number, and they could call. And so.
Goddamn.
Yeah.
Happies of Christ.
I like it. Oh, wait, I got it. Church of Christ's Kindness and Bread a Plenty Loving Life. COCKBALFS. Cock and balls.
Yeah.
Cave. Oh, Cave.
She's been knocking them out of the park.
Cave, I mean, that's what Cave does, is do that. It's sort of creation on a regular. Fucking A, Cave. Yes, we believe anyone can be reformed and shall be enlightened by our church, except tankies. They shall burn in hell. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll get Cappy in there as well. Capybaras are a sign of the divine will, that in fact God can create creatures that can get along with anyone and everyone, and that we need only follow in their blessed footsteps. Hallowed be thy name, Capybara.
I worship at cock and balls.
Snappy, I'm glad we could help. Yeah, for sure, Estrella, for sure. Church names really suck. All right. So this has been a really fucking weird ass stream. Let me just put it that way.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we have had some really weird ass takes. I'm still not over the fucking disaster profiteering from a libertarian. I don't know why, but I mean, it's exactly what I'd expect from them. But still, to hear it put so clearly that, yes, that's a good thing. Like, wow.
Full thing, mind you. Those were his words.
Yeah. Like, I just taken aback. Tankies are God's punishment for our sins. The divine wrath.
You could totally fucking like spin that.
Yeah.
100%.
I think we're doing good work here. I think we'll revisit it. I think we may create a channel on the Discord server specifically for religious services of some sort and discussion therein. Yeah, I like what we're doing here. When the serpent whispered into Eve's ear, the serpent said, "Cope."
Everybody shut the fuck up. Amen.
Oh,
you know what we could do? We could have like fucking sermons and like multiplayer games, and we just go around being like religious zealots.
God.
Yeah, we have to do it during like 7 Days to Die games.
I'm telling you, like not even 7 Days to Die. We got like the whole Sea of Thieves thing. Just go around being religious as fuck pirates.
Oh yeah,
bunch of other shit.
I just, yeah. This has been one. This has definitely been a thing. It happened.
Church of Bitcoin.
Of course, Cave. Sure. I found religion again during this stream. Do the Jehovah's Witnesses thing on Beats. Divine Anarchism. How much do you think it would cost to pay Joe Lycett a consulting fee on this? Oh, fucking yeah. He would. I don't know. Lycett might actually get down with that sort of thing. So yeah. Either way, we're gonna fucking missing a bunch of you as usual. But either way, we're gonna raid over to public. I'm gonna go get some food done. And then maybe do some multiplayer gaming here, Karina, if it's like not too late, when and why, you know. Who's that and why isn't he Breen? For those of you who didn't see the shirt earlier, here's the Supreme Breen shirt.
Shit, I didn't even notice.
Yes. Either way,
it's beautiful.
Tomorrow is the 11:30 at night stream. We'll see what kind of degeneracy we get up to. Breen is definitely a prophet in the church. 100%. We may actually pray to Breen. Who knows? He'll be a saint. Either way, catch you guys later. See you tomorrow. Bye. Raid it out. Okay.